It was found that the teenager are in critical but stable condition. And families went to retail stores to do some back-to-school shopping. Shots rang out in the parking lot of one of them in Texas. This woman was there. There was 2 days, 2 hours, so don't take her killed, according to police. CBS is already a paper report. The suspect is in custody. The suspect is a 42-year-old man with a history of mental health issues. Authorities say the man who opened fire on the Center for Disease Control and Prevention headquarters in Atlanta on Friday blamed the COVID-19 vaccine for making him depressed and suicidal. The same Texas Georgia flight killed a police officer before later being found dead in an nearby building. His her identity concealed due to safety concerns. Just in the U.S. News. I was not first in my car. It's a very distinct I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I knew that I had to get myself just a difficult to continue going to my process before the life of the country of the information. President Trump says he is deploying members of the national board to Washington, D.C., and that the federal government is taking control of the D.C. police. He says it's part of the push to crack down on crime in the nation's capital, despite David Trump's plan for declines in the city in recent years. President Trump is going to have a sit-down on Friday with the White House Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Trump said the deal agreement could involve land swaps. CBS is Pauly Suba. Russia signed a consecutive and 20% of Ukraine's yesterday, the party deceived Americans, saying they do not need to stop the crimes. And in a joint statement, European leaders demonstrated Trump's efforts to bring peace, which said international borders must not be changed by force. Cracker Barrel gets a makeover as social media blows up with complaints. Instead of the rustic country town, the company said, it went to a brighter and more happening. This guy was responding with vomit emojis and comments of, what are you thinking? This is CBS News. Think of Riley Auto Parts for all of their parts you need. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people and Riley Auto Parts. A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport and I brought my smartphone in the toilet. That's right. Those multi-class cameras should have been purchased from the charity behavior. Okay, but more often, according to Google, 7 million multi-casters have been paid for the first line into the board the last year. It's also a reminder that right now, you can exercise a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36. Absolutely free with a 35-pound plastic surplus. The A36 comes with crash resistant delivery bars and battery that will last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data in America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and slow. Something fundamental that's on your multitasking in the next day. Just now, Pauly Suba keyword microwave is the free plan today. You can look at this in 10 minutes. That's time 250. For microwave, switch to a Hillsong smartphone and accompanying devices and for shopping. That's all. For example, will invest nearly $2 billion to retool a Kentucky plant to produce electric vehicles. A serious warning to cookie monsters everywhere, CBS's Deborah Rodriguez. If you have a package of cookies from Pauly in your cupboard, this could affect you. The FDA has warned you of potential wood contamination in silver, gold, bakery, frosted sugar cookies. Target has issued a voluntary recall. The cookies were sold in 20 states and Washington, D.C. And they got the go date. So far, there's been no report of anyone being injured or gotten sick from eating them. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News. Tropical storm Erin has formed in the eastern Atlantic Ocean off the western coast of Africa and could strengthen to become the Atlantic's first hurricane of the season. Right now, formed and it's expected to strengthen into a major hurricane by the time it nears the Caribbean islands toward the end of the week. It does not pose an immediate threat to the U.S. Jennifer Piper, CBS News. Good afternoon, it is 2:05 p.m. and that is your lunch check from the Brightside on Wind 105.1 FM. are tuning to Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with your guest host, Charlie Hermosa, filling in for Pauly Suba today from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us on our website at wave105.com or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-920-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-920-1051. So for some people that please turn back actually smiling, grateful, and memories happy new year. Toast to the ground, learn code and leave the island first, but in due time. Your future is happy goes without our toast to the ground. GTN, we start with you. Microcraft is another normal testing. Please search out their Instagram on Microcraft 671 and Microcraft Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals on promotions. Sectional security solutions. One thing they provide a professional security services. Showing Williams, rates coming fast. Are you ready? The player on the show is Watson. Engineer for Blind starting out season 2. Built up and made to last. The top of matters today and away is Henry Williams. Subway request in just a few clicks. Order online at StowPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery via your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is how bad to go. We deliver. At Subway, go to refresh to be fresh. Now it's time for your little bit of traffic report here on the Brightside. Still traffic on our line coming if you're heading northbound, heading into 15 and near the Donald Kennedy. Yes, still traffic on Route 1, east of the getting northbound, heading into 16, about east of Route 27. And now for the traffic advisory for the week. Order starting and marking activities will continue on Route 1 and Route 18 to Houston, Bulgaria. Work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and to the same orders and no directions as spoken during work hours. Orders are valid on accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is your little traffic report here on the Brightside. Who's going to be in this person? So, I'm going to this. Let's be bold. And through my message, I'm going to have to be in the community. I was waiting on a consultant with this media on every time. As you say, to create works, especially in business and working with the people and the business leaders, and so on, so that I'm going to find that and see your job is my support. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Brightside. My name is Pauly Suba. Today we're filming this week on Pauly Suba for in the morning, so I would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and share a little bit of your time, whether you're listening to us at home, or in the office, or you're driving. Thank you for joining us today. And so, the lineup, one thought today that looking a little bit for some of the things that are very positive news, because whenever whenever you open up the news in the morning, it's not always positive things that are happening, but I definitely wanted to talk a little bit about what our men, boys, are doing overseas in the FIFA basketball tournament that came over. And, our men's basketball team actually made history. They beat Mason, which I don't know if they're going to play in the past, but they beat Australia. the FIFA Asia Cup, and that's where we started because for us to be for our team to be playing overseas with some big names in big countries out there, and for us to be able to perform the way that we did is outstanding. And when you go online and you look a little bit about and you read a little bit about what the game went, one of the pictures that's there is two of the leaders there on the front, which is EJ Fowler, which is the head coach of the team, of the men's basketball team, and a huge supporter. I don't know exactly the title that Frank Cruz has, but Frank's always been involved in basketball, and anything basketball, you'll always see him at the forefront. So, a huge shout out to the men's basketball team, all the supporters, all the families, everybody who's been a part of it. A big win, and I think it's more to come. And for us to be able to be on that stage at that level is huge. And I think that the feedback that we're getting from even for Las Vegas, the awesome reports that I'm reading right now, that the money line can never sleep. Money lines are always open. Even for these regional type games, they'll always be open. And Guam was the underdogs, and they pulled it out. They pulled a huge win. So congratulations again to the men's basketball team. Huge win for Guam. And then, it's interesting because, that has led to other discussions in regards to, other sports that we play here on Guam, which have always been part of the pastime, that include baseball, include soccer, obviously rugby. But when you look back at the records of the old newspapers back in the late 70s, 80s, obviously basketball was part of that street. But you also, we had a lot of great football players that played, had great high school careers. And some still around, and, they still live those days, and I love chatting with them because it really kind of gives you a glimpse of how those games really were all about back in the day, in the late 80s, early 90s, those all-stars. And you know who you are. And one of the things that the discuss is really the commodity, the team environment, everything just, everybody loves everything in the field. And I see that now, in the football, one of the things that we're going to get back on track is really getting the football teams in high school really up and running. Making sure that a lot of the high schools have what they need to be able to participate in the football season, senior soccer teams, and the time frame of when the football season was going to be held, and not, it went against a few other sports that would be played at the same time, so there were a few athletes that were not able to participate in the football season because, for example, they were playing rugby and so forth, baseball as well as spring. But again, when we look at all the different sports that we have here on Guam, one of the things that we want to be able to continue to push is for us to be able to have the facilities and the means to the kids out there to start at a young age and to go out there and play sports. But we need to be able to provide for them as well. We need to make sure that we have the facilities, whether it's the arenas, the courts, the baseball field, the football field. We need to make sure that we are providing with the infrastructure for them to be able to compete and be successful at. Because we definitely have some great athletes, and we see it now. I love reading the reports that come back about athletes that have committed to college. They've played at the high school level here, and now they're committed to a college team or university, and they're going to the mainland side. And then they continue on doing great things while they're in school, and we've seen some great things come out from some amazing football players who started off at the junior college level, and then moved up to either a Division II or even a Division I team. And that's what it's all about. We need to make sure that we push and give our athletes and students and our kids the ability to make that happen. And then we've also, on the rugby side, rugby has been one of the things that we have seen is an increase in participation from, athletes trying to get into both on the male and female side. And we've had teams go out to play in the main and side tournaments. And, the feedback that I have received is coaches or saying, who's this Guam team? Where are they coming from? And, where they'll start with a numerous amount of teams, and they'll either finish, I think they were actually wrong. There was a team, a men's rugby team that went out there to a regional tournament on the East Coast, and out of that tournament, they were able to get ranked, and that's amazing too. We need to make sure that we put our names everywhere that we can. But being able to get over to the Marianas side is not easy. So whenever we do have the opportunity, you see that we show up and we, the teams definitely represent. So rugby is another big one that I have seen from the sports perspective. I think that sport's going to continue to grow. There's more involvement. I think the excitement is there, and the more we have the ability to play outside of Guam, the more we'll be invited to these regional tournaments, and the more that Guam is seen on the map when it comes to these specific sports. The other one has always been baseball as well. I mean, we have a good history of producing some actually professional players that have gone out. The Olympics, those boys, they live and breathe baseball. And, any local involvement at any local league, whether it's women's fast pitch or baseball, you will see them involved and have to them because it takes a lot of time to be able to dedicate your life to these kids, the athletes, because they're going to work and run to the baseball field, get everything set up, make sure that the field is in good shape, bases, lines, grass, lights, all that goes into ensuring that there's proper facilities for our athletes and our kids to play in. So, any support that we're able to get is a huge win. So, a big win for us on the basketball side. I believe there's another game coming up. I believe it's tonight, 9 p.m. I'm going to look through and ensure that we get the right time in where you can stream it if you're able to stream it. Sometimes these games are a little tricky to get online. So, but again, if you're not able to get the opportunity to watch the game, I'm sure you're going to see the highlights, and the news will be reporting exactly how the game went. And hopefully we'll get another animated big win there. So a huge shout out to our men's national team. Huge win for them. Definitely playing to that level. So good on that. And so, when we start talking about sports, we can't take away from the parents and the guardians and all the supporters and family members that go out to making this happen because, until your kids can't succeed, you have to bust them in and you have to take them on. And I feel several kids that are playing different sports, sometimes they become isolated as a joke. I think there was a name of us that I think almost gave me the dirtiest look one time, but they call them the soccer moms, because mostly you see a van full of kids and they drive around the van just dropping off their kids in different activities, and then it's like clockwork. I could pick them up from school, take them to practice, or dance rehearsal, or piano lessons, or playing football, soccer, baseball, you name it. So they're a very integral part of the success of our kids and our athletes being successful. And so I thank you the supporters as well, because it's never an easy task. I felt it, I feel it, but it's just a great thing to see the folks that we love playing in the arena, whether it's sports, dance rehearsal, piano, all that good stuff. It's all positive. We need to ensure that we continue to push that all the way across the board. That's the way we all grow up, and hopefully we'll have the ability to continue to showcase our local talent in the world stage. And we have a call already, so let's go ahead and get Mr. Joe. Hafa Adai. Hafa Adai. Yes. Oh, wow, okay. Yes. went to a Brightside, and I started to work and sign up for football, high school football team, and I was doing it for like this year. And head coach came over to me and asked me, he goes, how did the guy know how to play football? I said, I asked him, he was on the second cowboy, and he did. Go up to high school, came on the high school team, for them, overnight, and we got to 2 points. And the coach is really surprised. And they went to a game, from high school. The name was Charlie Hermosa High School.
In Tucson.
Yeah. He was the 2-year-old lady. Now back while he student. He made a tough one. And he was fighting in the council in the number 56. Where he was a tough one.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a great year, right?
And he decided to fire up from the football and concentrate on his
academic subject. Yeah, academic, yeah.
And the other thing that my friend is that he was a new guy in science, right? New guy in high school, in Charles High School. And all the young girls, the everything to the house. And I was afraid that he would get beaten up because, he's a new big guy, so good, and the rest of the guys are very good. We decided to sign up the communal, in the trouble of the school. The
boys did, but the girls didn't. The girls loved them. But you have to be but the girls. Yeah, that's funny. But now did you play any sports growing up? Did you play any sports growing up?
No.
Nothing. Oh, yeah, no. That's another big sport that we want. I would want to do here locally. That's another big sport that we have a lot of students in locally.
Yeah, my God, you said me, I'm going to learn to run. My daughter will run. So, my daughter, you said, I'm very sure one time you should see that now.
Right.
But the time you play basketball.
Oh.
Yeah, my daughter now plays volleyball and basketball.
Oh, so he was a president.
Yeah, my oldest son, my second son, he's also a football player.
Yeah?
Because everyone used to be a high school. We played football.
Oh, wow.
They all played.
No, that's good. And that's what I was saying, back in the day, when I read a few newspaper articles from back in the day, the early 80s, early 90s, and those some of the football players, the high school football players, they were amazing.
When we were in 1976, the Samoa place in the 90s, we graduated in Europe.
Oh, yes.
from what you built the last room in 1976. You always watch you and all the country watch the Pauly Suba.
Yeah, and actually, there's a few that have moved on finally back in the late 60s, 70s that created the film. But, I was talking to, back in the day when, the NFL, the football wasn't the way it was now, in the 60s, 70s, where they paid the players and, it was, they loved doing it. They weren't looking to get paid. And, completely different now. But yeah, I've heard of a lot of players that moved to the mainland in the early, late 60s, early 70s that were not successful. And I'm actually going to look up for it. I'm going to look up because that's another good piece of information.
Because we go on in the 49ers, this is way back in 1976.
Oh, yeah, no, that's for sure. I'm going to look him up really quick and pull him up to get a little bit more of his writing because we always need a little bit more of information to yeah, it looks like 90 years old.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, 90 years old. Yeah, absolutely. This is great. Joe, you got great memory. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm gonna continue to come up with a little bit more of the bottom of your body. But I mean, again, great story, and you have an amazing memory. I mean, just that's great. That's great. I mean, you're talking about something happening back in the 70s. That's good. That's good. Oh my God. Oh. Right.
llegado Brightside y decidimos tomar ya cuando veo la situación pues tomar you know I don't come here for you to 2 years or for you to 2 years so I don't know what's going on so and I go in and I see one with you and the first verse is right by the Christ from the fruit of Christ in the soul and the life because of Christ in the Holy Spirit I have to get to over for the situation there. And I pray the Lord because this is true customer learning. Oh, yeah. Learn to make learn to make practices and make it happen. My coaching is the culture is the art of the plastic space. Use it as a weapon. That's talking. But can also be a challenge. You never want to spend your dinner or your culture. It's a crime. But you see, from a situation, depends on the situation, and I know a lot of people are supervised when I was doing the police. When I was asked to take the baby examination, and I can start from the beginning of the election condition. First, they were running to the election, they were then the blood election. And take Campanilla, Amada, election. After going Campanilla, it's actually happened by my level. The rest was going to now, then Jimmy got sick, then was coming, that's when I retired. Oh, wow. After 35 years. Finally, when you start to record your homicide, you're the first, the whole story of the first one to get to the place of which you're afraid. That's why I said, take a good place as a perfect because Mark 2 is the fourth and the 8th year. Because the situation is different. And another thing that it's time for you to go to work, right? I do a prayer because I know the God that I found out. Prayer for my financial, the food, I like to provide all the food. I also pray. Well, and it's the only job, right? It's the only local job that we know of that, there's a risk that you may not come home. And it's because you're safeguarding and keeping our streets and communities safe. And so we need to take a quick break, but we'd love to continue our discussion. Please come back. We'd love to hear more about your time during because there's so much more that we can talk about when it comes to your time as a police officer, but what they do day in and day out is very important. So your story with me. Okay, sounds good. And with that, we will take a quick break and we will be back on the Brightside. CBS News is telling that a U.S. state capital Pittsburgh has featured a bill of federal universities, U.S. State Constitution. Much to employees taking time and every step. 365. There's a deadly shooting today in a private parking lot in Austin, Texas. Austin police chief Rick Adai. President Trump says he expects that unfortunately the bill can demand the Russian President Vladimir Putin on Ukraine when he is Friday. More from CNN from Pauly Suba. President Trump said today that he's heading to get some territory back to Ukraine, so he told Putin on vacation. He also wants the possibility of getting 3 rings in the future with the Putin and Zelensky. CBS News. I'm Hafa Adai. Workers on the move hoping for better pay. And Mark Campbell with a Bankrate.com personal finance news. The new Bankrate survey finds nearly half of those in the workforce plan to look for a new job in the next 12 months. That includes 1 in 4 who say they're very likely to look for a new position. This comes at a time when the job market has demonstrated resilience, but it has also continued to cool. Even with the unemployment rate recently slipping to 4.1%, that's considered strong historically speaking. Others plan to do other things to try to improve their workplace life. 44% of workers say they plan to ask for a raise over the next year. That includes the majority of the youngest people in the workforce, members of Generation Z and millennials. Many workers indicate they're prepared to be mobile, with 18% saying they're likely to relocate for a new job. About 1 in 3 say they're likely to ask for more work flexibility, such as different hours or the ability to work remotely from home. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Campbell.
I'm going to have a safety report. The American Psychological Association released a health advisory about the impact of artificial intelligence on adolescent well-being, and found that the impacts are complex and context-dependent, either wholly good or bad. For example, it said, AI can assist in brainstorming, creating, organizing, summarizing, and synthesizing information. It also found that adolescents may struggle to distinguish between the stimulating empathy of an AI chatbot and genuine human understanding. The next safety education director, Carrie Gallagher, suggested parents model their own positive use of AI.
The more that they're going to be really using it and how they're thinking about their interactions to encourage their healthy development and use of AI.
More at TennesseeAdelaide/radio. We'll get to that safety report and we'll remind you for CBS News.
Marketing for your real good traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Minnesota heading northbound to the 86 and average on Route 28 and slow traffic on routes. For your traffic advisory for the week, many puzzles will be equipped to support that even if we look at the progress and the welcome in the some people and wonder what items will be for money and support people. And that is your radio traffic account on the Brightside.
Hello, we're back, and welcome to the Brightside. My name is Charlie Hermosa, sitting in for Pauly, covering for Pauly in the morning, so thank you for joining us today. If you have any thoughts, comments, concerns, please give us a call. It's 671-922-1051 or 1052. Again, if you want to share anything, any updates, any activities coming along, or anything happening this week, next week, or next month, please let us know. We'll definitely get the information out there and share with the community as well. So there's been a lot of activities going on. I mean, as far as, obviously, the big one on the weekends has been the Sunday night market, but also there's been a lot of fundraising activities as well. And so a lot of events going on, throughout the August month, and we'd like to share some information and so if you do have anything happening, there's a few events that we're lining up to discuss that are happening this month of August and going into the month of September as well. They include from golf tournaments to the Make-A-Wish Foundation Gala, which is always an amazing gala. If you can participate, whether it's from the corporate side or individual, get tickets. It's always a great event. We are going to talk a little bit about the pink fair that happened this weekend as well on Saturday, August 9th. It was a wicked fair. And hopefully we can get on the chairwoman with Leah Learback because, she leads, and I personally, and I do need to share with other listeners that I'm part of the board, so I do have a lot of insight on the behind the scenes of what happened on August 9th. But we'd love for her to get on and share with other point of views and activities and everything that went on to make the Wicked Affair actually a successful event and encourage everybody to participate next year as well. We'll share all the details on who the beneficiaries are for this event, all the corporate sponsors, and so forth. Just wanted to send a huge thank you for everybody who was able to be part of this amazing event on Saturday. It takes a lot of folks to make it happen. So hopefully we can get her on. We'd love for her to share her perspective on the event as well. There are other events that are happening, and we get caught up on trying to get the show up and running, so didn't have the opportunity to fully say hello to our producer. So Issa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Charlie.
All right, thank you so much. And I know we were just discussing a few things here about activities happening, and so we wanted to ensure that we get some of that information out in the block with our listeners. Do we have somebody on the line?
Yes, what I do, and let me see.
Okay, let's try that.
I'm not prepared. I'm doing already doing a little homework thing, but I did see This was on the Guam with,
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Guam with, Guam with program is Guam Day program. They are having a breastfeeding awareness week tomorrow, August 13th, at the Small Village Food Plaza in California from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. So those who are both in passing Route 1 in California, near the Small Village Market tomorrow, the team was fine. If you want to look out for any pedestrians, who may be crossing the road who plans to make their way to Small Village Market, or those who are participating in the breastfeeding awareness month already.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is Wednesday, right? It's Wednesday evening, so it's going to be encroaching into the Small Village Market night. So just be conscious of the folks crossing around that area. But again, if you are in tune with what's going on with the breastfeeding initiative, go out there and support. If you're able to get a photo, I don't know if you can post some of these flyers, but if you are aware or you know somebody who's part of this wave, please go out and support. Again, Friday between 5 and 6 p.m. on Wednesday.
Yes, I'll actually post it there. So this was posted on their Instagram, so I can put up a link on the YouTube if you want to know more information about the wave and what they are providing.
Yeah, well, what they're all about, because if you look at the flyer, they have a bunch of activities actually happening. And so, and again, there's a lot of organizations, a lot of folks that get together for specific things. Whether it's breastfeeding, whether it's mental health, I mean, all things matter to everybody and to certain people. They want to go out and make it in. It looks like right now on Wednesday the 13th, they're going to have a wave. On the 16th, they have a confirmation signing. On the 16th as well, a big latch on. So that should be interesting exactly what that's all about. And let's see. And then on the 23rd of August, breastfeeding and healthy mothers, healthy babies fair. And at the Happy Wall from 10 to 2 p.m. And again, listen, we all know somebody that either just had a baby, is about to have a baby, and so it's smart. It's a part of our everyday life, whether you're into supporting this organization or this membership, go out there and support, and show your love as well. A lot of sponsors around us, and so if we can post that up, we'll definitely put the link up there, and folks can get some more information.
Okay, so I'm going to put this in the link, and they also have a QR code on that flyer, and that's a great way if you can stop and maybe see if there's more information about the event.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the next one up that we want to talk to quickly about was the fishing derby.
Oh, that's lots of fun. So we have it's a birthday, Cricket Lagoon Mentor Mosquito Kids Fishing Derby. This is hosted by Melissa Mills Open. You can call them at 601-828-8312 for more information. Derby Day is on August 23rd at 8 a.m. So in order for you to participate in the activity, they must use a boat from your uncle, your father, your grandfather, your also some of your use a boat to participate in this derby. So this derby has to be on a boat. So this is for you to know. Participants child between ages 5 to 16 must be on the vessel, so ages 5 to 16. And must have a 21-foot vessel or smaller to qualify. I'm guessing it's like the size of the boat.
Okay.
Right? And then you can register your boat between July 25th and August 15th. So you have today all the way till Friday, August 15th. And then they have mandatory safety briefing on Sunday that's happening this Friday, August 16th. At the Mile for Pool You can also register at Melissa May's office or email Melissa mel@gmail.com. So that's Melissa melissa@gmail.com. And of course, we have prizes for participating anglers and boats. All proceeds from that good article participate in this trip within the beauty company there at Melissa.
And thank you so much to the mayor and the mayor's office and office for making this happen. I mean, these are the things that we need to be able to, continue to do. I mean, it drives the families, communities, and, if you go down there, it's just an amazing environment for us to be able to do this. So, again, we only have 3 more days to be able to sign up. So August 15th is the deadline. Hopefully, you'll be able to find a boat, get somebody out there with you, and win some prizes out there. And so, again, once again, thank you so much for the mayor of Melissa for putting that on. So, do we have a caller again?
Sorry, earlier, I had John Mahoney, but I was like, oh no, I gotta do some information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think it's fine. John Mahoney is university, college back here.
Okay, yeah, if you could, you would apply for it. I believe part of it is going with too, but
it's not 151 and 152.
151 or so 671-952-1051 or 1052. And again, if you have any other information you would like to share with us, please let us know. We'll put it out there. We'll put any links or flyers, digital flyers that you have, and we'll be able to put them on our website so that folks can link to it and so again, just a lot of things going on. Just from community events to waves. Again, the Sunday 2-mile night market is going to be happening again this Sunday. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but again, it's just a great opportunity for our community to come out and support a lot of local vendors. The list just continues to grow, and from what I understand is the folks that are putting this thing on, aside from GDB, they're going to, GDB is going to be working on other businesses, small businesses that are looking to take part. And I know that they were going to kind of go through the cycle, but again, I would imagine that as this thing kind of picks up, there's going to be more local businesses that would like to participate within the market. And again, it's only to showcase everything that we have here local. From what I understand, the music has been phenomenal. The weather has been cooperating. I mean, that's one of the things. It gets a little hot, as we get into the evening hour, but the weather has been cooperating. So thank you so much for the powers that be upstairs that have given us the ability to hold these events and go out through Sunday. So. And again, it's proof that it brings out the community, and it's proof that, getting together and sharing in this one environment really, really goes a long way. And I'm sure that the night market is only going to continue to grow. And as we continue to make our moves, as we continue to get our push to bring back more of the tourism side, more tourists, we're going to start to see, these things are going to go throughout the social media, and so the tourists that are here, even our local groups that are connected to a lot of the influencers overseas, we're going to see that happen. So we're going to hopefully get that up and going. So we do have a caller.
We have Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai, Miss Suba, how are you? How are you, man?
I'm blessed and just learning from going to social events this weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Every time I get a person, every time they ask me a question about, well, who thought about that idea? Who thought about bringing down the Broadway folks from New York? And he said, well, we can't put the credit, but I think it was Miss Neal that who actually threw that at the end. But, one of the biggest comments that I've heard is the link of having them sing some of those Broadway hits while folks were eating dinner was just a good feeling. People were able to enjoy the music, the entertainment, and then once everybody's done with dinner, they put the lights on and for people to dance and everybody going to dance. It was just an amazing event.
It's and so positive as well. It's just a very nice kind of moment now. So many speeches, we're not so good in doing speeches. We kind of make sure that, we cut that out in our program. We make sure that it's not about us. It's all about the person.
Yeah.
It's all about our cause. And as I said in our, event on Saturday, it's a love letter to our cancer patients, our drivers, the 800 foster kids. So our work has always been known to have a purpose. And we kind of set up the standard for, the board, the crowd, to put our presence to contact. And we will grateful for that. And thank you for being a part of it.
No, thank you for allowing me to. Thank you for not kicking me out yet. That's always a plus. But love being a part, and it's really right. And the main thing that you've always said is everybody who's part of the board, everybody who contributes to making these events happen, we're all volunteers. We do it because we believe in the cause. And I think that a lot of the folks that have come to the different events, they see the time and energy that is behind everything that we do, because everything that we're able to put forward and raise funds for goes and stays 100% flowing with the different beneficiaries that we have. So you mentioned, the fight against cancer will never end, so we should never stop. We got to continue doing what we need to do to be able to support that cause. And then, obviously we do have we have habitats who take service. We're open 24/7. They take in kids that are stranded, and, when you're looking at over 6,000 kids, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Not personal island.
And it's very small, absolutely. So, we commend you because, you drive a tight ship, you're very good. But if we follow the plan, things happen the way they should happen. And I think that, thank you for everything that you do as well for, you work with GDOE, so that in itself is a normal full-time job. And then, you carve out time during the week, you carve out time during the weekend. So, I also want to say thank you to you for everything that you do for the education system, and also for what you do for the nonprofit group as well. So thank you for that.
They have to have a balance in their lives. Our real work, our real job, at the same time we have to contribute to our community in whatever way we can. You being a part of this, this is not the only thing that we do for the community. And I was accompanying on this campaign. And I really appreciate you and the rest of our crew and our team for having such an open heart and such effort. And I'm also grateful that we recruited a new one.
Yes.
New kid on the block.
New kid on the block, absolutely. It's a lot of fun. He's a new kid on the block, and it's always good to bring in new, fresh ideas. And I think that, looking at already planning for next year, because even at that night, you pretty much said, okay, what are we going to do next year, right?
Are we going to cut this?
Yeah, we're going to cut this. What we always do, because it's really it's a part of the community, right? They come out in this sport and they donate, and that's been always part of what we've been trying to do is for the cause. So one of the things that I think the listeners, those who have been able to attend the Pink Forum, they do walk away with an appreciation, because there is a balance of cause, and then, it's sort of like the atmosphere, and it's fun, So that's always a very, positive thing to hear. And so, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we practice first, and then I know in a few weeks, once we settle everything up, we will have a class hearing or release on making the donations and presentations to each one of the beneficiaries, right?
Correct. And we do that regularly. As soon as we settle our obligations and close our books, look for what we are done for everything. And, it's just some pressure just disappeared yesterday.
a break. I mean, she flew out the next day.
How about us?
I know, we gotta take some time off as well. But yeah, it was just a great event. And again, once we settle everything, we will be putting out a statement as far as making the presentation to all of the beneficiaries. So but on a side note, from the initial info that I've received, GDME is off to a good start with opening up the schools. So congratulations on that. I know there's going to be a lot of issues that come about, but it's part of opening up doors that have been closed for a couple of weeks, couple of months. So, but
we're very excited about saying we have this website. We are already campaigning on each of the schools to make sure that before the school started last Thursday, we fix and whatever we can to make sure that we open on time. And it's a work in progress. PDLE, our buildings have been there from 15 to 20 plus years. Things have, deteriorating there. We're just doing repairs and band-aids and other things. But we're still thriving. We're still helping our students. We still accept those students. And we're not going to stop. Even though, let me tell you, the 14 points, those unfunded mandated 14 points, it's a challenge for us because we want to have enough facilities for our students. But if we don't have the funding to support what we need to do, it's a challenge for everyone, not just for DOE, but for the students as well. And of course, the parents expect us to have places to put different kind of facility and equipment, but we're challenged with the funding. But we still try to go out there. We have the best facility and school and teachers are ready to accept our students this summer.
No, absolutely. And just real quick, I do need to do a quick idea of you're listening to a KGU app on Guam. This is just a quick statement I do, but I did want to continue to have a quick discussion with Ms. Wilbur. And one of the things that we've ever listened to on the radio, and this is that I've always, talked about GDME, and my biggest my goal was to ensure that GDME opened up on time and safely, and it looks like that was, compared to what was happening last year or the year before, there's a lot of lessons learned, but I think that, we got to be able to continue to make the work in progress, move forward, right? Because, nothing, I mean, we're going to have hard homes, right? If you don't, you're patching up a leak here, you're covering a doorway here. I mean, there's so many things that happen, and with just multiplying the number of schools that you have, it's very difficult. So I know that we've talked about this in the past about having a plan, and I've asked you to tell me, you said I'll show it to you, and it's all great stuff, and I really do appreciate everything that you're doing on that side. Any thoughts on what's going to happen with LBJ?
I think personal opinions from AP yesterday, we're not allowed to leave.
Okay.
It was said, we have to go to the legislature, so we need that to the powers that be. I know a lot of input in that facility as well as chief building, but unfortunately the board and the superintendent have because of the to release that strategy. I'm sure something in sustaining will be profitable, so not profitable, but something, will be, it will be a source of pride.
And if it can help GDME, absolutely, right? From a funding perspective, or even if it does, I don't know if it's able to, get revenues on that, but I mean, if it's able to make it out somehow, but, again, we'll leave it to the hands of the powers that be that make all the great decisions, but I really hope they do something with those facilities. They still look like they're in good shape, so hopefully they can be used in the right way and use it for the right cause. So, absolutely. So with that, Ms. Davis, any last funny words?
Well, first of all, we would like to thank our sponsors from the government of life for always doing both the whole production with the event last Saturday already committed to coming back next year. And we're planning for this to be bigger next year. You know, we always make sure that we count whatever we did this year. And we thank all the sponsors and those who supported us last Saturday. It was really just so many positive comments and accolades from the food to the setup to our iPhone and the dinner, everything. It's so perfect. You know that all of us sometimes we get into it. We try, we don't agree, but at the end of the day, we come across with a very, very good and perfect product for our So I feel for our supporters and that it's going to be better and bigger next year. The first deal is concerned, and we are working really hard and just want us to focus on the study and this is opportunity to soak in whatever you can learn because one day you're going to replace us. So this is a way of creating sustainability for our island. If you focus on what you learn, what you want, and you can explore the world. Go out there, come back, and serve your island and be a productive citizen.
Absolutely. Great words of encouragement. And with that, Ms. Abel, thank you so much for giving us a call. We look forward to hearing from you again, maybe touch on a little bit more as we go into the DDLE session. Just kind of let us know what's going on with everything DDLE. So thank you again for everything that you do for everyone.
Well, I'm happy to.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with that, I know we went a little bit over, but with that, we'll take a quick break, and you are listening to the Brightside. Michael Captain, a figure in Tracy's the federal government has taken control of the Washington, D.C. police department to crack down on training and taking black homeless. We get rid of this one, this will real services, we get rid of them. I'm not sure if we're able to get rid of this one. Well, that weapon sounds shaky. Starting fires, White House is also declaring a local guard to the health care. We pay budget, national guard for expected to be thrown over this week. Many have little training or experience in the United States. Tom Young, a former Homeland Security official. Most scenarios are talking about therapists, which means these incredible people stand around for several weeks and essentially nothing, and then the incredible to move on. The president of Biden says the guard reported in a meeting of health until he determined whether the building had been destroyed. Eastern officials say the family has already been in the market for the past 2 years. 2 people died and 3 people were injured at the U.S. State Fair in Southeast Pittsburgh. CBS News correspondent Lee Oliver has been at the scene. In Texas, as an unconditional record start from news organizations, including CBS News, about the Monday 2022 space city. CBS's Matt Piper says that emails and text messages from school officials as the tragedy was occurring, including former Uvalde police chief Pete Arabambi. At 11:40 a.m. that day, a text to him from a district secretary noting somebody played his class outside of the elementary. Nearly 400 officers made more than $70 before confronting the gunman. So your salary and message of $2 billion overhaul of the University of Kentucky plant, which will be revamped to turn into electric vehicles. The first vehicle of this new platform will be a mid-size truck built right here in Louisville and will meet customers in 2027. Even the company has extended a trade-featured frame for another 90 days, which is CBS News. Classified Progressive Insurance. Get renters insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for smoke damage. Visit progressive.com. You can make your family confident books for the latest streaming. Tomorrow with you, everyone should be up for you. You can be right for you, personal online. So you can originate that kind of finance. And learn into the hot career and family. Don't look for new things in the online or visit Harvey. Focus on the new thing that goes to the studio and cooking. Look for the free trial today. And we're looking for a very cool life and devastate the quality of your life. Remember, there's an affordable cost for you or your loved one. Maybe the best hearing aids in 2025 by Forbes. Audio Hearing with the highest quality hearing aids with the lowest prices. Starting at just $19, okay?
I offer you today to my own 5,000 hearing aids.
Not me, how about your Join the one million Holy customers by going to audiohearing.com. That's AUDIOhearing.com. The British singer has rarely given but has limited commercial success in life. They're called Terry Reid Superloans. Well, 20 guys get turned down by the Brooklyn Ricketts for him to focus on his solo career. He got traded from the Russell Francis, working for the Rolling Stones on the 1969 tour. These records would attract the top 150 on the Billboard 200. The documentary tried to size up those incomes.
The biggest surprise is that Terry didn't make it into those songs.
The family from Terry Reid got a cancer compensation to the 75. Stick to CBS News. This is number one news. First in the pre-season top 25 for the first round. The Marianas narrowly edged out Penn State's 25 first-place record. Penn State received 23, shared by Ohio State. People can stay on. CBS News.
Good afternoon, it is 3:02 and Dr. Thompson from the Brightside on Wings 105.1 FM. Tuning to Wings 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Charlie Hermosa. Showing us a Pauly Suba today. You can listen to us online on our website, theway105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Way105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 601-922-1051. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 601-922-1051. And to our sponsors over at Showing Film Bar, Experience Live, great food and memories like a year. Sports for Guam, learn coding, always best food and good time. You can keep in touch with us at Sports for Guam. GTA Rooster with you. Microphone, just open up your corner in your location. Make sure to follow us here on our Microphone 671 Microphone Keys on our Facebook for exciting and promotions. Such as education solutions, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Children and Lions, upcoming shows. Are you ready? Solar Roofer 7 Million Sun Phone Roofing. Engineering for glass, touches weather. I'm delivering solar quality ready to protect the lives today and ask for Williams. Subway, e-pass, and 60 trucks. Order online at Southern Pacific Ballpark to pick up at your convenience. Or for delivery around your doorstep. Online ordering at southernpacific.com as part of our Get to Go and Deliver. Subway, we got a refresh to defense. Now it's time for your radio traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 1 who got you. This is in front of the McDonald's restaurant. Let's see here. Heavy traffic on Route 14 into Lane. If you are heading through the intersection, that also leads to Route 38. This is also by the food company. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Tammany if you're on northbound City Intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 2 in Tammany if you're heading to the intersection inside the Guam Airport. And now for your traffic advisory for the week, the DPW contractor continues growth cutting at the following locations between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Today, Tuesday, tomorrow, Wednesday, August 13th on Route 13 Back Road. And then also tomorrow, Wednesday, August 13th, or Friday, August 13th on Route 3 in NCS, Florida. The DPW has noticed the frequency of crossing all later with the traffic enforcement and road crews. And that is your radio traffic report here on the Brightside.
He's going to do those expressions for the show on the Texas Brothers. Would you not necessarily go for the British News and stop down to the whole week to look like this and group things that we are ready? If you say to the whole, if you go and do the function, and go into the whole in the position and see that the children to go very far off of that and stay very long to go to the
We're back and thank you for joining us. You are listening to the Brightside that is Charlie Hermosa. I'm sitting in for Pauly Suba, actually covering in for Patties in the morning from 6 to 10 a.m. this week. Thank you for joining us. And Lisa, thank you so much for that music. I don't know, do I get you in trouble because we go to the top of the hour or the halfway point or somebody saying, hey, what's going on?
No, this is very important for station identification. Right?
What's our channel? How do we get better?
Yeah, so if we accidentally remove past the time before we can see our station identification, this is the one I
Why do you want to?
I know it. I know it can turn up a lot of because I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's fine, we just want to get this rolled out.
No, absolutely. I promise you we'll get that contract. And, for sure. We're trying to get all the four good stuff out of the way, and then we're going to go right into the heat of article actual fitness for the drive hour as everybody's getting home from work. But, there's a lot of stuff going on. But, a lot of the four good stuff, and I believe hopefully, we'll get a call in. Okay.
Sorry, I just also wanted to ask you, how's the new routine?
The music is kind of puts me in a different groove. Like, I almost feel like I need something in my hand.
Like you're ready to do your work?
No, I'm ready to another drink.
Oh, like a lounge?
Yes.
Okay. No, that's the Vagabond story, so, the voice power, if you want to, like,
Yeah.
So, I played yesterday, like, Tomorrow music, which is great. Love Tomorrow music. It's always nice to just put some time the morning.
Like, I think that anytime, and again, it's your own personal feeling, but anytime I start doing, it's more of like a positive side, it really, it gets me hyped up. Like, I'm ready to go into the race. I'm ready to hit the race. Absolutely. It's just one of those things. As soon as the first 4 years here, bam, like my head already starts thinking about, okay, what are we going to do Thursday? What are we going to do Friday? What are we going to do Saturday? Like even Sunday. And so that's one of the reasons why I have decided we were a little crazy. So, this weekend was full of activities. We had the pizza, we had activities on Sunday, went out for brunch, and so, I had some amazing food for brunch on Sunday, and had amazing amount of drinks as well, which is great. But I think that it's always good to kind of get a cleansing going. So, if you feel I want a little mixer here, a little thermal mixer here, and I got like a protein drink in there. So, you kind of put the protein into it when I get you. But that's what the music does to me. As soon as I can tell you, you say that's how I run them, my head's going to be like, hey, what are we doing? We're going out tonight? What's going on? So, it's just one of those things where it goes down. So now, with the tour, we're like, all right, let's see what's going on. Let's take a step back. And as we're driving home, just kind of take it down.
First 2 days with the start of the week from the weekend. So we thought, that's smooth.
And then, obviously, after they go over the hump day on Wednesday, we're pumped. Let's start thinking about driving into the weekend. It's good stuff, a lot of stuff happening. So, but there's always some good local events now. Now we have a Wednesday, Thursday. We always have the tomorrow day items that we can go over in the afternoon, evening. But now we also have something to do on Sunday. So I encourage anybody who has an opportunity to go out with their families, friends, go out there and enjoy the 2 mile night market on Sunday. Great music, great vendors. Local. I have not been able to fully make it. So I'm not aware of 2 blocks away this Sunday. It was getting a little, it was not too bad. The parking was, I think they're getting a lot better with, organizing everything with the traffic flow. And but we had originally done some network earlier. So strategically we were trying to plan out the next couple of hours because, we had some good food, some good drinks, and then, what was next was going to be the pivot. Whether we were going to get close to the market or go into the market, and also, so it was, I don't understand, there was a fraction, we did a little split up, so half of the group actually made it out there, so then we put it back, and, as far as being on the people there, vendors, so it's always good to see that really happen. So, hopefully this weekend, I'm able to catch it for sure, and again, I think it's only going to get a lot better as they continue to move forward. But don't forget, we still have Wednesday night, and then if you think about it, this is a crazy thought, this is a crazy thought, the fact that we're almost halfway through the holiday, and then we're back to school already. Labor Day kind of hits, and then you're almost back to the holiday sort of thing, right? You're kind of going into Halloween, and then it's like Thanksgiving.
It's amazing.
Absolutely. And so, and that's one of the points that we're going to talk about later on in the show, the fact that now it's less than a year, less than a year for the elections for the primaries to happen. So, if you think that we're getting close to the holiday season, just wait until the election season really kicks up on us, because we're starting to see a little bit of, it kind of picked up and then it kind of died down, obviously with everything that's going on with the budget and so forth, but we saw a little uptick on folks announcing that they were running for governor, a lot of rumors on folks that are thinking about running for senator, and so, one of the things that we've been putting out there is, we need to make sure that the 39th is well-equipped with the right people to make the right policies and decisions to be able to move the government forward as well. So, and actually work with whoever becomes government. Obviously, we have our personal opinion on who should be governing the president, but we also, on the back end, we need to ensure that the 39th has the right people in the right place to support the vision of how we're going to move forward, because it's very critical. I believe that the island is at a critical point where it could face significant downfall economically, but we're actually trying to fight that. But obviously, we're looking at ways to be able to boost our tourism. We're looking at ways to be able to bring on new industries so that they can bring in new work facilities, new jobs. All that is part of the economic development that we need to ensure that we can do. And obviously, the other aspect that we need to ensure that we look at is the budget. The budget has been a huge discussion of the last couple of days, and we're going to get into that in a few minutes. But again, just wanted to end on the note where we do have a lot of activities, so if you need to go out there and buy something, please do so. Please support local vendors. Please support local businesses. They all need your help at this point. And so once you go out there and you support them, also thank them, right, for being out there and being able to do the hustle, because that's what it's all about. I think that anybody who owns a small business knows that every day is a grind, every day is not the same day, and one day is not the same as yesterday, and tomorrow is not going to be the same as today. And so it's a grind, and it's a hustle, and I get it. And I'm sure you really experience that. You do have the clever end, but then you do have the small business end. And the small business end, anybody who thinks it's an easy thing to go out there and hustle and, have your own business and from selling, mangoes in the corner, to selling fish, to making drinks, to having a coffee shop, to making ice cream, to making cookies, to managing, to go out there every single day and ensure that you're able to produce enough to get a good sell on so that you can actually make some good money, right? Because that's what you do it for. You want to be able to sell your product and actually make some income on that. It's a hustle. It's a grind. Some days are better than others. And so thank them for being out there. Thank them for putting their livelihood on the line to ensure that their dreams are actually coming true, because sometimes it is a dream to be able to open up your small business, and sometimes these small businesses take shape and they scale and become big businesses, and that's what we're all looking for, and hopefully all those things remain on the line. But so with that, again, I'm trying to keep to the script this time. I know we're reaching to the halfway point here of this hour, so within another minute or so, we'll probably just take a quick break, so just so that we can get back on schedule and so forth. So, have you been able to get out to the Hafa Adai? Have you been able to
waiting for it to
really?
I don't know, every time there's like an event going on and it's like something that's going to be consistent, it's happening, I'm generally the first of the second day, like, I go when it's a little bit dying down.
Yeah.
I agree a little bit.
When you go to the gym at your meetings, right? Everybody goes to the gym, on January 1 and 2, and, with the resolution. Yeah, absolutely. First step is getting out of actually, moving yourself and to that one.
So, like, I think it's like faster, doing my experience with the research series. I generalize on techniques of you're not pursuing the police a lot of the time. I think it's funny, but that's what I'm just thinking of.
No, absolutely. Because you never know. I mean, I'm sure there's a good data there. There's a good percentage of folks that have done that for the first time on January 1 or January 2. But let's stuck with it.
Even just the thought of you wanting to make a change, and even just stepping suddenly, it's good for them because it's hard.
You have to. And the risk of you, the other risk that I see is you not doing it. So I think that unless you really try and get out there, you won't know if it's good for you, whether it's for you, whether any type of exercising is for you. There's something there for everybody. We're going to do class to find it. Absolutely. I'm trying to get a rhythm here so we can settle down to the break at the right time. So we are going to take a quick break and we'll be right back on the Brightside. CBS News President Trump has declared members of the National Guard have ordered the federal government to take control of the Washington, D.C. police department. He says he started cleaning and cleaning up the city. People from underground forces and expenses from all over the city that many people will take from there and the haircut as much as we can get. So they have to run in the Watson North security class practice.
Unlike today, the DC National Guard is very related to the Congress administration deploying troops inside the person for nothing but the responsibility of domestic law enforcement.
It was a business student at a U.S. State Park in Pittsburgh last week. Chief of Alabama Shooter Indians Anthony Bennett announced Saturday. At least 10 people were injured. CBS News Break. I'm Michael Christine.
A major AI company prohibited job seekers from using AI in their applications. Here's one changed its policy. On October, Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update, the company is Anthropic and its AI chatbot is called Pauly. Like some other companies, it prohibited job applicants from using AI to refine their resumes, cover letters, and applications. But now the company says it uses Claude every day. In fact, it uses Claude to create job descriptions, improve interview questions, and manage candidate communications. So the company figured it's only fair that candidates can use such tools too. But only up to a point. Job seekers still can't use AI when given freedoms to start or be interviewed. And with AI improving by the week, don't be surprised if the rules of Anthropic and elsewhere change again before long. I'm just going to.
Great timing with Discord. This is Slide. And I'm over. Inside Discord, it was a rough work to say that the social media service would appear. And Brightside is just the greatest Minecraft package. For example, general HTML is Discord. The only unique online community, both the laptop and video communication, and the thousands of background Discord servers now covering huge growing condition topics. Even in the shift from 45 years ago, more than 150 million users are now benefiting from the platform's capabilities. And more generally, the writers and other social characters looking for new ideas and learning. So who knows? Maybe next breakout Discord service will be yours. Check out the link to Discord. Discord.com. Let's find out. I'm Andy Robertson for CBS News. your shopping, the ultimate recipe and company owner is your company. Thank you for doing that. Yes.
It's time for your radio show figures here on the Brightside. Through traffic on Route 1 Colorado, you are heading to the intersection that is to Marianas. Slow traffic on Route 1 upper 2 miles away northbound to the intersection that is to Route 14. Slow traffic on Route 14 is running if you are trying to leave to the intersection on Route 1. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. The DPW stands operating no improving route for Memorial Catholic Cemetery to the Founding School 2 miles from between Lonely and the Brightside line. There will be intermittent lane closures. The DPW also noticed the police proceeded crossing on the line for traffic control signs and your crews. And that is your weather traffic report here on the Brightside. We're going to be able to discuss this show as well as the show host, President Trump. We do not necessarily share the views of the responsibility of the people and who's people or who's activity. As we spoke about our time, we're acting in different countries. We welcome you to participate in the message. We're tuning in to your verified personal with President Trump.
We're back and welcome to the Brightside. My name is Charlie Hermosa. I'm sitting for all the times covering for Patty in the mornings from 6 to 10. So thank you, as always, for allowing me to sit in for you tonight. So thank you very much. And so with that, we're going to turn our conversation over to a couple of things that are happening here locally. And we have Dave yesterday here in studio, and he actually had an op-ed, and we really small stuff together. But I definitely want to see if you can get a little bit more information in regards to his op-ed. And the letter that he wrote is titled, "A Guam Can't Wait for Protection." And it has to do with the air raid shelter. So, and when you look at what he's talking about, one of the statements that he makes is why wait such a long time for safer structures. Right now, the only pressure that we have over keeping safe is our concrete home. So is that enough? And that was sort of the question that I wanted to ask Dave was, in the premise of looking at what we have now, how long would it take for us to be able to develop a little bit more strength in the hardening these air-raid shelters? What would they look like? And I know a couple of weeks back, you did have somebody come to one come to Guam, had several strategic meetings. But Dave, if you're listening, please give us a call or give us a call this week. We'd definitely love to hear a little bit more and for you to turn in on your letter in the PDN, in the PDN, Pacific River News, and just kind of give us a little bit more thought on your letter. And all I can do is pretty much just read what you wrote, and it makes sense, but it does spark a lot of other questions in regards to safety. And, that probably just to other aspects of what we've been talking about this week, and it's, about the safety of our community. And one of the things that we actually saw this weekend was, something that we hate to see is, these fights, especially in Guam, in the tourist area. And one of the things that I would like to, get a little bit more insight is the fact of why it took so long, or at least, again, I'm talking from somebody that doesn't have the full information as to how long specifically did it take for the police to respond to the fight. And obviously, things have changed because of the dynamics of social media. Things have changed because of the way that we message in a split of a second. The one thing that I do have an issue with, and it's not just here locally, but anytime that I see any post online or any videos that are being routed through different messenger type systems, it is the fact that you're having folks now concentrating on ensuring that they get a good shot versus putting down the phone and helping the situation. I understand that there's certain situations where I think that you cannot get involved, but I also have seen videos where I think people behind the quote-unquote camera should put that system down, whether it's a phone, an actual camera, put it down and don't let the folks that are in distress. I think that's very important. If you agree with me, let me know. If you disagree with me, let me know. Please give us a call on anything that you have on your mind. You can call us at 671-922-1051 or 1052. Let me know what you're thinking. That was one of the things I was actually thinking about when I saw the video of the fight this weekend was the fact that you saw a bunch of people just standing there videotaping, and you see that a lot. And okay, it's one thing about recording, and then it's actually used in the court systems, but a lot of it goes viral in social media. A lot of times I see a lot of folks just kind of standing by and just letting things happen. Where again, there's certain situations where I think it's very risky, it's very dangerous for somebody to get involved. But there's been a lot of situations where I've seen folks just kind of break down, just kind of not doing anything. So I don't know if things have changed. And again, that's just my personal opinion. I think that if I get an opportunity to help somebody out and whenever they're in distress, I'm going to do it. And but also kids are animals. Sometimes we have these green dogs that are crossing the street and I feel for them. Sometimes I see them, they're super smart. Sometimes, I can almost see them looking both ways before they cross. Before they cross, right? It's right? And they use the cross.
I've seen a car in the crosswalk. It's the cutest thing ever.
The kids use every part of the road, but they specifically went to the crosswalks, right? So I don't know if they know that from watching, us humans, and so, okay, this must be the path. So and then sometimes you'll get some that they freak out and they'll make, a quick slip and they'll go on the road. And so that's, pretty scary because, they still have, I personally believe they still have stories, animal falls and there was a movie that I watched, maybe a couple months back. Oh my God.
The ones that I'm also on, maybe some flavors you remember. A glass paper, hot tea.
Yes.
It's like, I don't know, it's almost like a dark paper. It's something like that. So it's kind of like the same concept.
Hot tea, I bought, so it's in my, it's in my file, it's in my file. That's a good one, my gosh. What is the movie? I can't think of the name of the movie, but it's the one where the animal reincarnates into another dog and another dog.
I think that's a dog purpose, or that's another one. So the two movies talk about the same thing. It goes to another dog. And then she comes back as a different dog and his owner looking at the thing because he likes to play.
Right, exactly.
Without supposed to that no one's playing with, right?
Right, exactly. And let me just tell you, I can appreciate it, and I think that is so true. And so, And that's why you never know, about these like backstories and what's going on. And actually, I know there were some events that have been happening with me. I'm trying to pull up the information here. I know there was a couple of events that are coming up. A couple of events that we're looking for more government to be able to sign up. I think it's released to meeting. I'm going to see here. So again, there is a story on the particular news, and the title is going to clear the focus from this dog cat adoptions in August. So, clear the focus between fostering criminals and celebrating those who are both dogs and cats from Marianas in Maine. The entire month of August is a nationwide event called Clear the Focus Month. And, if you've only been up there, I've actually had my godmother up there, and I think that you see, you see the volunteers, you see everybody who's involved, and you're looking at, seeing everything that they do, looking forward to, from a data perspective, they're putting out video of foreigners, making sure that the communities know exactly what they need to do to better control the whole population.
We probably don't state there too.
Okay.
We see the response, like my friends went out to stores with good and instrument. My dog really was fine. Food recovery, and it was affordable. It was affordable because of food, and then along with that, it also the stop and rabies vaccine, microchip, and also a flea and tick prevention medication. Because, sometimes getting your millimeters, nice little typical package, right?
Yeah.
It's affordable.
And it's affordable. Yeah, no, that's true. That's what I think. And again, just a little outreach, to what they do. So if there's any way to be able to support, unfortunately, we didn't have we had a time frame, especially when during COVID, where we had a lot of folks going off island and they were leaving their pets behind, and that was really unfortunate. And we still have uptick in it. And hopefully, that has been resolved. And the other part was being able to get the flights for the families to travel outside and with their loved ones, with their pets. And that wasn't able to happen. It's like, for example, the dogs were a specific size. I don't believe they were able to go in the travel house in the past, and I think that they were able to solve that problem. There was a couple of flights that were able to take some of these animals off Earthline to meet up with their families back in Maine or in their new home. So just a lot of outreach there, and if there's any way that you can all support, it's always a good thing. And again, June has a lot of landfills that always take a lot of trying to help out the communities and so forth. So thank you again for that. Let's see, and also, I didn't see if I can pull up another piece of information in relation to pets and dogs. I know there was something there that that always gives me benefit, because all of a sudden when I pulled up anything on pets and dogs, some political articles, I would know that not a good segue, didn't mean it, any way, so I'm not going to say it, but yeah, it's, I think that a lot of families are actually putting their tipping to their pets. Do you actually talk as well? I don't know.
I think so.
Do you want to I don't know.
I
thought it was good.
I think they do. It's very convenient for them in the relationship with a dog, because if your dog gets lost, somebody comes down into that clinic, they can scan to go over check. And the system, I guess, is a QR code. The system will read it and will show the owner's information. So you can call the owner and be like, hey, someone told me your pet took a pet, and they found you in my house. That's why, and also too, it's good if you have a dog and you give them a microchip. Let's say your dog goes missing and somebody steals your pet,
Right.
and they think it's the rat. The vet's going to scan to see if it's really their cat. If there might be some number identified that whereby the actual owner.
Yeah. And we've also seen that happen because, in the social media side, we always see these posts about lost dogs, missing cases, rewarding. It happens, whether, they get stolen, whether they run away, if they don't have a partner, right? I mean, they can just be confused. Maybe they got a game, right? Maybe the dog's working, maybe the dog's doing the game and that's how they look at it. And so, but yeah, it's kind of important to keep information and just being clear about them. And I don't know, we have a little bit of
Sometimes I can do it and I tell people I feel like we are.
I mean, if you think about it, when if you do have the same promise of being able to put out false information, if you do have a chip and has all the information, you name it, and you're going to the hospital, how do you scan it from the time, right? And so, is there a place for it? Is it violating, certain things, those are the things that we need to sort of think about here. So, even if it's a crazy topic, even as touchy as I feel that it can be, there's certain things that definitely some boundaries there. But again, if there's a way to efficiently manage, if there is something productive that I would plan, to do something that would allow us to live longer or save our lives or do the rest of it, I feel like it should have a place.
Here's also a tip too, that, you don't need to be
Okay, well,
there's also, I found if you didn't know, there's a medical information, like let's say, an ambulance comes up to you, right? And you were alone, nobody was with you, you are alone in the public, and somebody in the public sees you, and they're on the ground, and let's say they call you ambulance. You guys can trust that can identify you or know any of your relatives because there's nobody there that you know with you, only just the public, just as strangers, right? So with the ambulance, when they come, what they can do is they can go on your phone and so here's my phone, right? If you swipe up, it'll ask for a password, right? They'll say emergency or crisis. You can click emergency and they don't need to unlock the phone. If you look here, medical ID, and they'll store your information. They'll store your name, your age, if you're an organ donor or not, what is the language that you speak. It'll tell them your allergies and all your emergency contact numbers and any additional information like with blood flow. Yeah, so this is on Amazon, and then she says Android version, but yeah, if somebody comes and gets you and rescues you, they can see your medical information and emergency contact and without unlocking it.
Yeah, we're talking about right now. Just because I've always had that question, how do they know what blood type I am and so forth. And that's always very helpful, right? In the past, where the systems were doing like a little record player with you, but that's, again, this information that's out there, you lose it, you make things that, and sometimes it's almost like losing all your personal information, over the months to years.
Yeah.
And we do have a couple of comments here. It looks like getting faster, good afternoon, link for button workout is fairly, it's absolutely simplifying. Thank you so much. Laura and Dr. Anthony Pauly and Guest Host Charlie, thank you so much for tuning in and listening to us. We're getting close to the top of the hour, and as I said earlier, we were going to kind of keep all the feel good stuff in the first half, and then we're going to bring to a little bit more of the heated stuff that's going on in the island in the second half of the show. We're going to talk a little bit about who is going to run for re-election, and we are going to talk about a little bit about the budget. Obviously, we still need to listen to see what's going on. I have my own personal opinion, which I will share with you, as I always do. And we'll also be discussing a little bit about what we talked about a few weeks back when I was on there as well, and those are the things that relate to efficiency and government. Those are last time. And that's one of the things that we need to ensure that we continue to knock on that rock, because, again, when we talk about budget, it's for the management of our island, but if we're not seeing the results, where is the money going? And that is the question that we need to continue to ask, because obviously there's been comments made about the hospital, the education system, the infrastructure, IT infrastructure for Guam. It's been a topic of discussion for many, many years, 20 years, 30 years, and nothing is getting done. Why is it? Why is that none of that are getting fixed now that we're looking at a $1.3 billion budget? And so, again, one discussion yesterday with Dave, I personally believe, and this is just from personal experience, that throwing money at a problem is not always the answer. Throwing people at a problem is not always the answer. We need to ensure that we focus on and look at every part of the process to see where the breakdown is. Because unless we truly understand exactly where the gaps lie, we can't just blindly go around and put a band-aid and try to fix something that we don't really know what's broken. And so, saying that the IT infrastructure is not adequate for Guam, okay, probably understood, but let's break it down to whether it's agencies, departments, officers, you name it, where are the gaps? And obviously, I would say that people would right away say, well, the entire system is broken. And I believe that the entire system is broken because there's now one system that talks to each other, and there's good reasons why that happen. One being a very inefficient way to be able to turn on the systems, and if you were ever to put that on the table, it just looks like a big bowl of spaghetti, and sometimes for systems like that, it's easier to kind of just start from scratch, throw away this bowl of spaghetti and start from scratch, one line item at a time to ensure that we have systems talking to each other. We have systems that are on the cloud. I will tell you, every time somebody brings up AS400 a change, that word should be out of our vocabulary. That should be out of our thought. AS400, we should not say, nobody can know what AS400 is. But we're still using it because that's the only means for us to be able to keep operating, and so we need to continue to take a look at that. And so with that, we are going to take a quick break. We're almost reaching the top of the hour, and we look to discuss things that really will get really heated. And that's the discussion that we want. So please give us a call at 671-922-1051 or 1052. And with that, you're listening to Brightside, and we'll be right back. Welcome to the panel. The food and inside the target store of options, which is still three people, including food.
Everywhere we go, we can find the office store and posts that we make this thing.
Let's go and hold our whole critical reports on just those evening festivals.
We think it started this Sunday. And you have to go in and move away. And during that chase, it keeps about on the road. It's dark there, and it's a middle vehicle. The police chased him and stopped on the scene. And arrested him.
Two people died and there's 10 people were injured following multiple explosions at the US4 Clinton Park in Houston. In Turkey, once again.
I heard about them. And I treated my envelope.
Nancy Brown has taken down the important EMS. schools and sweeping order marches engaging police department and activating 800 members of the nation's Guard to state crime. Amid relentless protests and fires, court ordered a public safety emergency.
Today, we're going to make a call to a public emergency. This is an emergency. This is an emergency.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the Guard was finally mobilized and moved the force forward into the face of democracy in the community. Anyway, so for this 234 report was showing that 30% say around the life from the Brightside falling back from 2020.
President Trump has announced an extension for the 90-day what's taking it up to early November. It's really kicking the can down the road as far as the trade deal goes between the United States and China.
The federal judge in New York says Congress also received grand jury testimony that led to the sex tape of the indictment of Jeffrey Epstein's former associate Hafa Adai back in the release. The judge said what in the Justice Department's real motive for letting the transcripts unfold was to fool the public with a quote illusion of transparency. Well, the footnote was far banana. Except for something illegal at the time. 600 kilos of cocaine could be used according to police involved with an estimated state value of $6.5 million. That's a report. Yes, CBS News.
People running out of Montreal with parking needs. At the Parts and Service Union staff, from the professional parts people who are riding on their cars.
You're listening to Weekly Radio. In the Blue Room, God protects the request. Here is something else. Recently adjusted. Hey, if I'm Chris, where is the campaign? Where on the line? Where are you coming from? Yeah, you coming from the line?
Well, I would have Chris related to my brother's original local first job.
You don't have to do anything. The research is personal trial of how long the sooner the better is rolling in the 4 days and firing over. Rolling in the water system.
But wouldn't it be done this later?
Research is focused on research a lot of time towards deals because of the free government structure and get up to 40%.
What was that thing?
That's research.com deal for your free government structure today. So represent the commodity digits. Promotion is 20% off, 10% senior, and you're going to get one destination first. A major restaurant chain has been a major reimagine by some customers. What's that happening?
Birthday restaurants and makeover, and customers are also losing their minds on social media. One by a video by over 6 million views, teacher says, the biggest complaint is that it looks like every other 10 years, he says, IKEA.
If I were to lose the internet, here rooms, and I can't store money,
Instead of the rest of 10 become, Levin says it went for brighter, more welcoming, but customers are responding with creepiness and comments like, what are you thinking? Cooper Lines? It's the best news.
One that was for $5.6 million is killing the government and the consumer protection lawsuit in South California counties. Anyone would now not overcharge with subsidies. And also some products such as probate, bake goods, and other prepared items with less weight than the stolen money. Michael Pascal, CBS News.
It is 4:14 on the breakers on the Brightside on Wind 105.1 FM. Students away 105.1 FM on the Brightside with the Guest Host Charlie Hermosa, for Pauly Suba. You can listen to us online on our website, theway105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 601-923-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 601-922-1051. Share sponsors over at Cherry Plum Bar. Actually, more life, good food, and memories shopping here. Close to for Guam, one commodities are exporting to Guam. Working treatment has begun with us at First for Guam. GCC, we start with you. Lucky Talk is operating permanent and non-location. Facebook on Instagram, about 601 and micro-package. On Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Personal security solutions, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, the white students on its way on your roofing, being ready. Don't wait for the brain to start or the plumbing. Really get ahead with ready coding. If you are be prepared and ask, Sherwin-Williams. Subway is asking just your quick. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience, or for delivery right at your doorstep. Ordering at subwaypacific.com, you fly by good to go and deliver. At Subway, you got a USTD first. Why's that Animal Hospital? Google goes for local county in the Sally Fighting Ball. Why's that Animal Hospital? Order from the Coastal Valley, family members they are. Wonderful, the white part of animal care. There's a time for your radio traffic report here on the Brightside. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Marianas towards the northbound to Mississippi, near the street to Philippa. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Interlogan if you are heading northbound between the Boardwalk and the Interlogan Tunnel. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Columbia if you are heading northbound to Mississippi near the Delaware Tunnel High School. Slow traffic on Route 8 in Nevada if you are heading to the intersection near the fire station. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Indian starting and market activities will continue along Route 1 Cardiac Route, the loop by the Beach Tower in Ontario. Work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Information rate charges and both directions are expected during work hours. Notice our bicycle recording and proceed with caution. And that is our Rodeo traffic report here on the Brightside, brought to you by Guam Auto Style. Schedule transfers to the Guam Auto Style by calling 470 Auto and view this inventory on their website at guamautostyle.com. Guam Auto Style 470 Auto.
And we're back, and thank you for joining us here at the website. My name is local sitting in for Charlie for Daddy in the morning. So once again, Charlie's on in the morning from 6 to 10 for this week. And always want to say thank you for allowing me to fill in for him. It's always an honor to do so. And, you know, as I mentioned before, the second half, we're going to go into a little bit more of the things that are happening here locally, and there's been a lot of things happening on the political side. Obviously, the biggest item right now, sort of discussion that's happening throughout the island is the budget hearing or the budget discussions that are going on. And so, been trying to follow as much as I can. I think it was my system that was down yesterday, but it was actually something to do with the video feed and the YouTube feed out of the legislators of Pauly Suba, the building, they were having issues with being able to put the feed out, but they were able to put something up late last night. and I was actually watching this morning's discussion, or the news discussion, and so those are some of the things that we want to be able to go through. But before we do that, obviously right now, there's also a couple of other items that I wanted to point out, and the first one is I did mention that somebody has confirmed about running for re-election, and that is Congressman Jim Ryan. And so he has confirmed that he will run for re-election. And I will say we've had a lot of great discussion the last couple of weeks with Congressman Ryan. He's been very active. Obviously from the position that I am very active on is the veteran side, and he's been a huge, he's been a very pro veteran as well. He's a veteran himself, and so one of the things that he's been doing is trying to make a huge push to get a regional office here on Guam. And so, we've been trying to follow that closely, and we've always tried to get updates as much as we can. We may have him on the show on the Guest Host tomorrow live. He had asked if he would call in or if he wanted to come in, and obviously whenever we can get a warm body in here, it's always a good thing. But he has confirmed that he's going to be running for the election. He is the only one that I know that has said that he will be running for that seat. He also does have a outreach or a community outreach. Let me pull it up here. Okay, and so he will have a town hall meeting actually tomorrow, Wednesday, August 14th, at the Sherman Plaza of the mayor's office. And so, if you're able to make it, it will start at 6 p.m. And again, that's August 14th at the Sherman Plaza of the mayor's office tomorrow, Wednesday, at 6 p.m. So, if you want the opportunity to be able to talk to him, be able to ask questions, raise concerns, please do so. I think it will be a great opportunity to talk him further and ask him a few questions. And again, if you have any questions or concerns, please give us a shout at 671-963-1051 or 1052. Let us know what's going on. Let us know what's on your mind, and we'll definitely address and have a good conversation over anything that you would like to talk to. So, again, Congressman Jim Ryan has confirmed he will be running for re-election. But at the same time, I also, within the same article, he also did mention the fact that he's having kind of a scripted out here, and says no nuclear plans for Guam. And so, again, the headline's a little bit misleading. I think that if you go into the article and you talk and you read about what they're talking about when it comes to nuclear, obviously, it says no nuclear plans. The Delaware Pacific Zone. So it's not that he's saying that there's, we're not going to do anything. Okay. It's on the 14th. Okay. I'm getting a quick update here live. We're getting a live update right now. Thank you so much. So maybe we should.
I think you accidentally followed Wednesday.
No, I'm actually reading from the print.
Maybe it's
so there's a typo because in the printout it says posted 6 p.m. on Wednesday, August 14th. So there you have it. We're getting a live update here, which is it's going to be Thursday. And so I'm glad that I said August 14th. So everybody doesn't get confused, but it is. So it's 6 p.m. Thursday, August 14th at the Sherman Plaza mayor's office. Good stuff, right? I mean, so at least somebody's listening, and thank you so much for sending that. Okay, so we may want to get that updated in the T1 because that's the way they had it written out. They had it written out as 6 p.m. Wednesday, August 14th. So thank you so much for that. And so, again, going back to what I was saying in regards to nuclear plans, what the congressman was saying was actually there's no, we're not tracking anything particularly for the island when it comes to nuclear plans here. And but in the same discussion, we shouldn't put it to the side. I think that it needs to continue to be a topic of discussion, especially when, the open plan is coming online, and obviously there's initiatives there to be able to, to drive down the surge in power costs, not only for the folks that are running the plant, but also for the consumers. And so from the consumer perspective and where I sit, every single day trying to manage the temperature flow to ensure that I get a good rhythm. And for the last couple of months, I've been actually analyzing all of it. I'm taking the time. I'm putting these, all these numbers and all this data into my own spreadsheets and trying to find a good rhythm to understand what's driving my power up. And again, it's just my personal way to be able to kind of look at the things that I'm doing on a daily basis, the things that I'm not doing on a daily basis. And so if I'm leaving the AC on full blast and not thinking about it, well, yeah, I'm sure the bill is really going to go down. But also kind of find that balance on, what temperature works. There's definitely a lot of recommendations, a lot of tips out there for you to be able to manage energy. But I strongly believe that nuclear energy, the safest and cleanest energy out there, needs to be a topic of discussion as we start to look at ways to be able to lower the cost of power. It has to be in the mix. I know there's a lot of folks hear about nuclear and they think about Chernobyl. Every time you hear about nuclear, you think about obviously the situation that happened in Japan and Fukushima. And obviously those are things that we need to look at. But when you really take a step back on what drove those things to actually happen, you will see that it was mistakes that were made internally and the protection measures were not there. Since that time, those things have changed. And so I will tell you, even with the microsystems that have been developed, I have a very good friend who managed those things out in the Midwest. He is a nuclear engineer, and he will gladly have asked him, I've even asked him if he would be willing to fly out here. And he said, absolutely. He would love to come out here and learn, but also the opportunity to get him out of here as well. But, again, nuclear energy is the cleanest and safest right now. But obviously, there's a lot more discussion that has to come behind that. Right? We can't just say, nuclear energy, and there's a lot more to it than that. But we can't just disregard it. We have to keep it as a topic of discussion to look for ways to reduce our power cost. That's one of the biggest items that drives costs sky high. We're running a lot of systems up, and as we get into more of the, we're looking at the top line in the data centers, those things are going to eat up a lot of power. And so we've got to keep them somewhere. And so, again, there's also another part of the discussion that we will bring up because, the EPA actually just killed one of the grants, I think a $7 billion program in summer for our solar plan. And, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what kind of impact that's going to have. There were so many programs that were out there when it came to solar. But again, there has to be a good balance there because, again, just taking the discussion of nuclear power off the table is not, it's not the right way to look at it. Because we need to keep it on the table as a topic of discussion when we're looking at this discussion. We do have a caller on the line, and it looks like we have our good friend from GSTN, Mr. Patrick Newman. Thank you so much for calling in.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you. We started off the show with still good stuff, and the first thing that I mentioned was history in the making. Overseas in our men's basketball win over Syria. I know you've been into this. I know you follow it, play by play every second. How great is that win for us?
It's just it's a level that one has never been in before. Right? So history in the making is good. Does it all. It was a vision of the late 2017 that was coming over to DJ Pauly as a head coach for the national team, doing a program that, was outside the box,
over a decade ago. I think they were at first aiming for gold medals at the Pacific Games, and they accomplished it. They accomplished that multiple times. And then that was next after that. And extending against regional competition, Asian, Oceanic competition, getting into the smaller, the bigger FIBA tournaments, and then, the FIBA Asia Cup. That's the biggest you're going to get in this side of the world. Against the big Asian countries and the big Asian countries.
No, absolutely. And whenever you have the opportunity to, actually go to these type of regional events, I mean, it's huge. Because, all eyes are on you worldwide. And I think that these are the steps that we need to take to, continue to recruit more basketball players to be able to, get that bench, to continue to grow that bench, right? Because, like you said, it's something that's been building year after year, and I think that at some point, the stage is just going to be even bigger for Guam.
Yeah, I mean, we know this, we'll ever get to a position of qualifying for the Olympics, because ideally, the ultimate level that you would want to get into, right? Because some of these countries that do basketball Olympic Games, because of it being a total person sport, right? We've gone to venture out and expand the recruitment, to add talent and hope for players that, there's been critics that say, okay, these guys don't live on Guam, but they're affiliated to Guam one way or another, whether they're born here, whether they're in school here, and what does that do? You still have our home grade players that are reaching this level of competition, the Blaze Adams and the Ben Governors and the Forgivers and the Takumi Simons. These are all homegrown players that get that opportunity to play in that type of level.
Right, absolutely.
But of course, thanks to, the other tournaments that were connected to us, right? Jericho King, the Philippines, I think he just won the MVP of the PBA. Right? Tony Weston, played professionally in New Zealand. And those are people that, are proud to wear Guam on their chest. Even though Guam's not their home at the same time, they went to play time at once. And they're able to play at this type of level of competition.
Yeah, and one of the things that I do want to share with all our listeners as well is, you for the all the ups and downs, you have kept the ESPN network running 24/7. And so, first, thank you for that, because I know it's not easy, and obviously you're always looking for sponsors, and it's always being able to fund something like that is hard work. So, thank you for everything that you've done to keep Brightside up and running. I look at it, follow the news and all that good stuff, and I've had the pleasure to do as little as I can, back in the day when I could, to support anything that you were doing out there. And the question that I did want to ask is, you did bring up, the whole sport, but when it comes to the other sports, there's two parts that I want to sort of kind of break it down. And I think you and I have talked about this in the past, but, the sports, rugby seems to be a sport that's up and coming for us. We've been able to get invited to some regional events where we've actually placed in a rank in the rugby scene by a specific, even Networker Magazine actually ranked one. So that's a great positive. So you have rugby that's up and coming, you have soccer, you have baseball, obviously we have volleyball. And volleyball kind of we get a mix, right? Because we have a lot of females that are playing some females right now, and they've been able to venture out there as well as the male. But when you look at those sports, what do you think is the missing piece for us to be able to kind of push those to the next level, like the rugby? The baseball, to me, the baseball is one that kind of always hits home. And even on the football side, we're going to keep the football on a different discussion because that's one that we want to take it to a different question. But when we highlight the baseball, the rugby, the golf, the soccer, what do you think is the missing component
we could check on this for others. So like we, doing this for so many years of sports media, for probably over 30 years, really, particularly if you do baseball on Guam, it was one of the top sports before. There was probably hands down at the same stadium for Guam Major League teams. The players back in the day were really, they were stars, and people would get their autographs on baseball and go down specifically to watch one of the different teams and, Peter Regan and Keith Thompson when he was over. And so there are other activities that come along, because there was only the big two people that were on baseball. And then there was other sports that came along. Some who started to develop and rugby started to develop as well. Came along. And you see baseball in itself has evolved even on the Major League level. Right now there's stock tracks or train tracks for pitchers. $39 seconds to throw the pitch, and innings in between, they even have to remove because they saw a decline in viewership and attendance. And, they did their market research and they said, oh wow, those people are saying that the game is gotten broken. And now, so even at that level, it has to be done. So, something that's not has to be done by the country. As far as rugby is concerned, my goodness, you talk about signs and what caters to Guam athletes, women's rugby, high school, and into college, they want approved and accepted more girls rugby players in college than any other sport that I've seen in recent years. They're fast, they're aggressive, they have talent, they're out there, especially, because that was based in girls high school rugby was one day, and then they predicted that no, if you rugby, when you do that, they can go into target. And you see these folks with those, oh my God, even worse. It was crazy, and it's fun to watch, and our speed and our height really has excelled, and we expected more girls into colleges in recent years to do that sport. So, according to, those who have developed that, even this rugby, it's gotten a good amount of college players on the boys' side as well. So rugby is really, and on both sides, now they're venturing into India, right? Now they're going, doing friendlies with the Philippines, and they've got willing to big Taiwan, and they agree to go on the yearly basis and bring themselves down to compete against those countries. So, that's interesting more and more development of rugby as well.
And that's great to see. And, I've been following the scene that we've been, we go from all the divisions, right? Division 3 all the way up to Division 1. And even getting MVP at the Division 1 level, right? Kind of being part of some of these national teams, these national colleges that have won, and universities that have won national championships, which is amazing to see. And, hopefully what that does for us is it continues to open up doors for the recruiters, right? The college and universities to come out and reach out. I know it's hard for them to get out here. It's always been a little bit of a struggle to get, the recruiters out here.
But nowadays with technology, you don't need people. A recruiter, they're all that still feeling that they can look at one player of a player and they already have the attention.
They know.
On video.
Right.
Yeah, they know. They already know what to look for and the skill level of the individual. And that's across the board, whether you're playing football or basketball, rugby.
No, absolutely. And the other sports, obviously football. Before we get off the baseball topic, I think, do you think it's ever going to come back, or what do you think?
I hope so. I definitely hope so. I think, I've asked comments and ideas to the baseball community. I hope that, I'm like, sometimes you just got to do something on your own. I have a dream of resurrecting that, even if it's on the TSP side, but of course with the buying of the baseball community, the players, the corporate sponsors, working corporate sponsors. You want something, you want to promote that. fun and exciting, right? So normally on one, the way they do it is they load up 1 or 2 teams, and then the rest of the teams are numbered onto the team. So what corporate sponsor is one of sponsor a team that they're not going to win. So my idea is, you take 6 corporate sponsors, they all, chip in the same amount, and you get 6 managers and, 5 or 6 managers, depending on how much the pool is, right? So they're looking at, 10 grand to do 100 players, 10 players for a solid league. And then, you do a draft, and then you actually have 5 or 6 season leagues, the whole game teams, that no matter what game is being played, it's going to be an exciting game, and people are going to want to watch it. And sponsors are going to say, hey, I have a chance to win, right? Because the teams is going to be a really good team. And so that's the vision that I have to try and emulate about particular security. Because these teams, again, I'm a big fan. I grew up watching the X-Men Tigers, AK Islanders, and Pepsi Diamonds, and Yankee Coaches. And man, it was great. It was such a great atmosphere, good baseball. You knew that's what it was for you things that were making it.
Right.
And could it be regulated? Absolutely. It just must be planned on that and adapted to and not sense, for the sake of them. The players also have to take it seriously. Okay, it's a choice for them. We're going to try and make this a good product, not only for you, but for the fans that are going to pay money to come up and watch.
Please let me know whatever I can do to help. Obviously, I'm a team sports fan, and I think that anywhere that we can go and watch and support our local teams, whether it's soccer games, rugby games, local football games, and that's going to start up soon. And I was able to, be the football league as well, right? That seems like it's fun. And so,
yeah, high school football is going to start up in about a month. We're excited for that. Obviously, FD's been enrolling through the last 8 years. It's dedicated, just an ongoing machine that makes us feel, almost every day on the practice. And their school, they've got like 50 guys coming out from practice a day. Right here is the only school that's struggling. So hopefully that can be fixed as well. I've got ideas of that. I think football should be in the first quarter. I think it should be in the third quarter. Like it gives the team and the school that much more. Yeah, football is funded or to put together. You've got the most amount of players. You've got equipment. You've got training. You've got all the things. And learning the paper is not easy. And so complex sports that will work. And I recommend it to you for you to get out of first quarter because again, it's still summertime, so the school has just started. But really, to really practice for the game of football, it takes some time. And I'm sure a lot of the kids, a lot of it is peer pressure too. It's like you don't know what's going on until you start attending school, and then the parents will say, "Here's stuff for the football team." Well, if you're ready to see, they're behind the 8 ball because you've been practicing for a while. They've already got their systems on the time. The coaches have to apply for the position every year, which is kind of, I know it's a policy, but they're going to change that policy too. Because one game is going to be championship year, winning every year for champion. Why do you want to continue to apply to be the closer to your team? You know he's going to be the coach. Right? He can't start practice until he became the head coach. And that's across the board for all the public schools. It's another issue that puts them behind the 8 ball.
I did not know that. That's a new one to me. I didn't know. I thought that once it was, because I've actually looked into the process. And I thought that it was a one-time, and once you get sort of trained, I think you're good. But now that you're saying it's a yearly experience, it's come on.
The talent that people practice until they have a coach. And so, they need to adopt that. If Ryan, especially he's such a successful coach, give him a 5-year deal so he doesn't have to continue to apply for it unless he doesn't want to. Okay, he is going to send a new coach and you want to see how he's going to, no matter what the sport is, volleyball, whatever, ultimately. Give him a year to year, but if you see a coach that's dedicated, successful,
I think the school systems are likely to give them 3 or 5-year contracts, so to speak. So they don't have to continue to really upfront. It's really cool.
No, I'm gonna do a little research on that. I mean, I can't understand why they would do that. I'm sure there's a rhyme or reason for everything, but it's just, as you said, for what it was meant to do, you can't just be a constant thing. I mean, we got to look at the priorities of changing. There's also other sports that and again, kind of diving through upper community, upper Finland and down community area, and you start to see a lot of the folks running around and exercising and all that good stuff. All the, the high school kids. It's great to see everybody back in action. It's really good to see them.
Personally, like I said, all the first water sports were kicking off the first weekend of September. I think Guest Host is one of them. So that's always exciting. We got a lot of participants around that from other schools. Those ready boys, they're going to be combining for the first time in 6 or 7 years. They're the last one. If you remember last year, they didn't start combining the leagues from other public schools into the second one.
Right.
So last year, this quarter, the girls' volleyball was still separated. So this year, I think they're at the 15 or 13 teams that's going to be participating.
That's cool.
Good, but, managing all of that. I don't even water the federation for that, but, that's exciting that, we're going to have one champion instead of 2 champions that we've had for the last couple of years.
No, absolutely. And whenever you do get that, the line and you're looking for anybody to run with those big heads during the 7th inning or any of those innings, for me, I would love to run around the track with those big heads. You gotta make it fun, right? You gotta make it fun. We gotta go to the track. We would love it. We would love to have. For my first time out there, when I went along with bought some hot dogs and the things, it was a great feeling, right? I mean, even just feeling that the family together, and it was good. It was great. One of my good friends was the aunt. I didn't even know he was the aunt until we took the mask off, and he said, "What do you do?" And it was absolutely great. I mean, it was great. So I know that you're going to be able to do something amazing with the GM line. Like I said, I think bringing back that excitement, even if you change the rules a little bit, right? I mean, banana balls is changing the dynamics of the game. And I think that if we can spark a little bit of that here, I'm telling you, it's going to go very well.
I've definitely started talking to students and talking to stakeholders and, again, it's just an idea that I think would work, if somebody wanted to take it and run with it, I'm more than happy to assist. But, I think, sometimes you get an idea, you get up to running yourself, right? And so, it's just might be another time to do it.
No, absolutely. And I think you would be the right person to do it, but I think you can't do it alone. I think you're definitely going to be able to, to have your good loving, the Hackers, they're always down to put something together, right? I mean, they're always out there, whether it's female or male, fast pitch, they're always involved. So to see something like that, Anthony, but let's make it fun. Let's make it fun for everybody to come out and enjoy, have some. It's always been good beer. When we find beer, I think like a beer always like to put on the side.
I'm sure the beer companies will probably be a part of that. It's just a money maker, natural money maker.
Absolutely. But with that, thank you so much for giving us a call and giving us an insight on everything sports. We look forward to following everything on GSPN, and we would love to follow the men's basketball team right now. I think they're playing tonight, correct?
Yeah, they play tonight at 9 o'clock against Korea.
Okay.
This would qualify. We're 23 or 25 points underdogs. It's an actual battle. We've had, we've played Korean teams at UG, both Central Canada, back in the game. And they're just known for discipline and your instant discipline, right? And short shooting, I think they hit 23 3-pointers and the last game. But what an experience, right? And reaching that level. That's not a fight tonight. There's a app that you have to pay for to watch it. So I think that does have play-by-play updates on the website. You can watch it that way. reach out to some person he really wants the game of the school to change, and basically hit my concept.
No, that's good. Thank you so much for that. And you're always looking, are you always looking for sponsors for games too, or?
Yeah, of course. It's such an, I'm old school when it comes to sports journalism. I grew up after the game, and this is a passion of mine, and I do it for the love. I've got another job that pays the bills, but what you really know, unfortunately, social media is still mainstream media. You know that well, right? And everyone's got an Instagram, and the businesses can get their word out, on their own Instagram. They don't need the media to get their message out. But really, what I feel with this as a grassroots thing that I'm on ESPN is to really, you're supporting the athletes. You're not supporting me or a business or whatnot. How does it feel like that, right? Whatever I make, I invest in my own reporters and photographers and videographers, and these are the ones that they're going into the job market. I mean, I want women reporters that are now lawyers, and one's going to be a doctor, and one's a fireman, and they've gone out and done different things in society. But their first step in that type of job market was business. I'm happy to provide that, right? And
yeah, we can. And running around taking pictures, taking interviews, all that, and it just kind of builds their resumes and, having a way to be able to contribute to the sports. We can put a comment real quick. Where can you find studies on ESPN of the baseball?
For me, I'm
okay.
So, like, I was a baseball player, and going to school was very, this magic for me. So even if I don't even know who the players are, I don't know the baseball. So when can I find, a schedule, if there's any games happening there?
Nothing yet.
for Sarah, I haven't even had a game in there was a bunch of news that the benefits putting together in our Lucan that's going to be coming out the next month or so. But they haven't even had a GML.
My father used to do master's grades, and it was really fun.
That was fun. The monkeys when they had it was the OG North guys, right? So you have more fans going to the Masters games than the GML game at that time. Because of the familiar style, they still wanted to go out and watch Rick Miner play and Keith Thompson play. We're trying to bring that back.
No, absolutely. Hopefully we can. Whatever we can do on our end, please let us know. And thank you once again for giving us tons of this great information. Please, so that anybody can go online to us too. They have updates on all sports things. And thank you so much. And whatever we can do to support everyone with us, please let us know. We're always here to support.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And with that, that was Mr. Patrick Muhammad from ESPN. And again, just had the pleasure of working with him in the way of giving some promotional stuff and back in the day, 6, 7, 8 years ago, I thought it was very important. So hopefully he can get this number up and running. So with that, we will take a quick break and we will be right back to the Brightside.
Thank you, our friends over at McDonald's. They'll be going to try it the dog. One spicy podcast for a blue day banana flavored cream. And they're doing that only at McDonald's. And now for your local news from Marianas Business Journal.
the resident of the department of pharmaceutical medical school campus and the kids from the department. And I think that the idea for this conference and that the sort of office and the outside people from the world and the things here at the disposal of the department of function was the campus, the department of education, and the Brightside for China spread and the big problem in the so we have this more optimistic about the open store for the 2025-2026 school year on September 2nd. More out of school provided information on principal as a clinician as of the IRS association knowledge. Similarly, the legislature has a business opening of school funds just for a tax budget and proposal that the district program funds. The $1.35 billion final final program will bring to the and allow funding in national school over regional programs and non-profit funding. Most new directors in the Bureau is that the 5% deficit rollback signals why it is a business of being regulated and warns that we will don't go straight into taxpayers of the results campaign. We're making plans to let funding for funds in both high schools, hospitals, and other priorities. We will have a solution to data or business $1,000 and government looking to collaborate to across the country. In our organization, we're really trying to pay off the signals and certification efforts for the major class. This is the Marianas Business Journal, the I'm just trying to do stuff. Soon after Israel, 3 people were killed in a shooting outside of a private store in Eastern Texas. Forces in custody. An explosion at a U.S. steel plant in Pittsburgh killed 2 people. After God, supervising the New York Brothers were in President Trump says the federal government now controls the Washington, D.C. Police Department and will further speaker on the public spaces. To make sense like that. I'm Mark Hamlet for thebankrate.com, personal finance news. With inflation still running above the Federal Reserve's 2% target, and policymakers holding off on rate cuts for now, CD yields, primarily on longer-term maturities, remain attractive for traders seeking stability and future bonds. If the Fed does begin easing over the next 6 to 12 months, as in we expect, today's CD rates could represent a peak. Locking in now before rates drop to offer the best of both worlds, safety and return. Long-term CDs come with guaranteed interest and principal protection, a powerful combo in an uncertain economic environment. They can be especially useful for conservative savers or those who are in retirement, providing a stable, predictable way to grow savings. And if you're worried about carrying up too much cash, consider a CD ladder. Blending short and long-term maturities to balance yield and liquidity over time. Shop around for the best CD rates and lock in yield while the market is still good. For more, check out bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamlet. Earlier this day, an increasing number of young people are being targeted by scams designed to exploit them. And if this happens to some of the new learners, one player the victim. Connections to the Education Director Terry Gallagher helped to us recommendations from the online child exploitation prevention initiative.
The overall message of an intervention program should be that when this happens to you, we've got your back. And the people who perpetrate these particular types of scams are very good at what they do. So when it does happen to you, just know it's not your fault, but we will be supported.
So regardless of whether the victim is a child or an adult, it's important to realize that the victim is not to blame. Trying to put aside any feelings of shame or guilt and seek help. You are at changesafety.org and Next Radio. This is the Next Safety Report. I'm Larry Melvin for CBS News.
It's time for your radio traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 1 kilometers heading northbound to the intersection southeast Route 14 near the John F. Kennedy Store. Slow traffic on Route 16 and Brightside heading to the intersection near the post office on the Guam National Guard. Heavy traffic on Route 1 for 2 hours heading northbound to the intersection northeast Route 16. Heavy traffic on Route 3 and those residents who are trying to make their way to the intersection on Route 1 and now for your traffic advisory for the week. Lane closures will be in effect for 4 days in repairs at the Southwest Boulevard and near Farm Market in Salampaga. Working hours will be from 9 to 4 p.m. And that is your real traffic report here on the Brightside, brought to you by Guam Auto Style. Scheduled for slow today on Guam Auto Style by calling 470 Auto on the Green inventory on your website at GuamAutoStyle.com. Guam Auto Style 470 Auto.
And welcome back to the Brightside. My name is Pauly Suba. I'm sitting in for Charlie. Pauly's actually taking care of Tyler's morning show from 6 to 10. So always thank you, Pauly, for allowing me to sit in here. And with that, we're reaching the last hour mark. And I told you, sorry about that. I told you we were back on track. And now it looks like we're way off track. And
we're really close to the top of the hour. That's some good information.
Absolutely. And whenever we have those type of discussions, as you said, just think about if we had those moments right now. I mean, if you just, first question was, hey, where's the schedule? Unfortunately, we have to tell you that we don't have any DNA happening at this moment, and it's really unfortunate. So hopefully, we can find a way to be able to get those games back online, because I remember when it's a true story. I went to catch a game, and I remember having a beer. I don't know where I got it from. I don't know if it was illegal, but somebody had a cooler with beer in there somewhere. But I had one, and then, I think it was either the fourth or fifth inning, I took a quick break, and the ump took the mask off, and it was one of my really good friends. And I would never have imagined that he was an umpire, right? For the GML, and he was like, "Yeah, I do this, I do this all the time." And so it was such a great time having, everybody was just out and about, and some great things happening, and then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened, whether it was politics, whether it was COVID, but that went away, and we need more of that. And the other part of that as well, besides not having the GMOs, we don't have the racetrack as well. And so that's one of the things that we need to ensure that we get that back on the radar. What's going on with the racetrack? Because during the racing, you saw the passionate folks that are, building their vehicles and getting their trucks and getting their motorcycles, and they're all building them from scratch or making them bigger and higher, right? I mean, those tires were ginormous in some of these monster trucks. But they have nowhere to go. Other than parading during liberation, obviously locally throughout the village, you could put systems other than in those areas. But if you had the racetrack, I mean, that was a fun, where we had smoke and wheels, and we brought in the trucks and the vehicles and the racing cars from Japan, and then we had those monster trucks in the pits. And so, we need to be able to bring that back. Because here and there, I hear some preaching, and, I would say Priscilla was famous for having those weekend events. But that's not the right place. That's not the right place to hold those things. We need to open back up the divorce stuff. We need to get that up and going, see what's going on, and you will see how much passion and love comes out to the communities if you take a look at that again. And so we'd like to throw that out there. We need to get that up and going again. We need to get the racetrack open. And so let's work on the baseball games. Let's get the amount back on. Let's get the racetrack back on. Let's get some of this fun stuff back so that the community go out and the younger folks and the families can go out and hopefully the ticket prices aren't super expensive. That was a topic of discussion that I had this weekend. Unfortunately, in the mainland, some of these big, Major League games, baseball, and NFL games are really, the prices are astronomical. I mean, they're priced out a lot of the local communities to be able to afford, 3 or 4 tickets. And so, we're not looking for that. We're looking for a good way for the GML to be able to have enough money to do what it needs to do to upkeep the casino, to upkeep with making sure that we have good groundskeeping events happening on and off the season after the games. And so we just need to make sure that we get that done. So we want to be able to get those things in place because, we actually do have a payment here, and if we do that, what he told me, what is your stance on the current state of Guam when it comes to crime and how it's being started? You're doing a great, by the way. Thank you so much. And my stand on crime and how it's being started is absolutely, we're not being proactive. We're not being effective enough. And so, for whatever, any discussions that you have about crimes that are happening, when you talk about, for example, where the drug epidemic is really happening, where some of these drug houses are, I don't see any strategic plans to be able to go in there and take care of all of the issues that we know. And so I believe that we're not being aggressive enough. And so if we were to put a plan together so that we can actually involve all the agencies so that we're all part of this one unit. Because, there has been a point of discussion that I've talked about in the past, and it's about electing service here on Guam. And I think that's something that we need to look at. And what the sheriff will do, this invested sheriff for other people, would allow to bring in different agencies to be able to work together and look at, streamlining the areas of concentration. Because if you look at, down south in the TD area, obviously you have the port police, you also have the airport police, and you also have GPD. And so when you look at the functions and areas of operation, they kind of overlap in certain areas. And some of the jurisdictions actually go into some of the roads into the village of cities, for example. And so the port police is able to go in and make a traffic stop and so forth. So, again, we need to be able to streamline one, the support of how and who controls and how we can better utilize all our men and women in uniform in the defense of these towns. And I think that we need to actively look at potentially getting a sheriff here in Guam. Number 2 is we're not being aggressive enough. I think that the ability for these folks that are committing crimes, it's not just one time, it's multiple times. And so I know some folks don't get it, but if we are leaving the door open for these criminals to continue to commit these acts, and they feel like they can get away with it, then we're not being aggressive enough. We're not being aggressive enough. And then number 3 is the awareness. Right? I mean, we have to be able to, every village seems like they have their own little top group, and supporting each other on, looking at suspicious activities. And that's being proactive on the village level. But we need to do more of the natural surveillance by installing a government GP or officers on the ground to be able to go in and out of different villages. I mean, if we look at the time frame, how long it took for our police department to respond to what was happening in Truman, yes, it was 121. It's way too long. That took way too long. So there's definitely a gap there that we need to close in on, whether we don't have enough officers in the beat, maybe we don't have enough officers to cover specific areas, the late nights. That's my feeling. That's my feelings on the way the crime, and that's what I would look at doing right now. Streamlining the support, electing installers, and really getting super aggressive on making sure that we go out and we clean the streets one criminal at a time. So with that, I appreciate the question. Please, if you have any other thoughts, questions, or want to ask me anything, please let me know. Put a message on YouTube, or you can give us a call at 601-922-1051 or 922-1052. And with that, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back on the Brightside. I'm Michael Costello. President Trump will keep points on Friday's report at the full 40%, delaying electronic gas and starting to come into effect Tuesday. CBS News correspondent Anna Cole reports from Bureau Crane where the resolutions are pending.
Obviously, there's still things to discuss. When we heard from the U.S. President Secretary Scott Bessent back in Stockholm, he indicated the talks were well. Some of the issues that they had with China were the purchase of Iranian and Russian oil. So this is obviously a tipping point, as is rare earth. We know that China has real leverage.
And starting with Maria, watching President Putin's meeting, President Trump says he was disappointed that Putin President Zelensky was pushing back on the idea of land swaps to end the Russian invasion.
Very complex. The difference swapping, some changing, the word is music, they changing.
The daily ticker sitting outside of a Target store in Houston, Texas, after Canada's continuing Masters World Records. The setback time is season, but no company to festival. President Trump says the federal government now controls the Washington, D.C. Police Department with $8 billion troops deployed. CBS's Jennifer Piper has the election from Chicago.
President Trump says his latest move in Washington, D.C. is to cut down on violent crime, even though data shows it's down in D.C. Trump also tells reporters
we're going to do the same thing in Chicago.
Democratic Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says the president has no right and no legal ability to send troops into the city of Chicago. Adams
in Jewish in 40 elements in public participating just not big money.
Veronica Converse, CBS News, Chicago.
CBS News business reporter Jason Brightside wrote the government about release the July Consumer Price Index to measure the inflation and estimated real income to see other reserve purchases and core rate, which remains well above the Fed's 2% target. Although last week's odds are firmly favoring a rate cut at the Fed's next meeting in September. Shortly after midnight Eastern Time, CNBC announced the cross-city meeting called the Market of the City, more than the release and set the special bond conditions to be set in October. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance required, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. That form came up with noise on the website from the 80s. Resolution firm. $8,000 Better Business Bureau. There is only $1 billion
back and tell you what it is, since you're clicking down and listening to Zoom, go ahead and look to be completed a temporary art exhibition. More than 15 monuments across the U.S. will now be featured in California, including some of Richmond's most prominent Confederate symbols, which were taken down in summer 2020. In Los Angeles, the Richmond Riots will join statues and images removed from several other places. St. Martin is going to Richmond's Valentine Museum. That's an initial plan for American women. It's going to actually do the thing. Now it's incredible. Really behind control of it. And it's on the struggle of the country. That paper, CBS News. The question is Doug Black and Beyond Homeschool looking at fighting a national more than 2 years after the former company filed for bankruptcy for itself. And sometimes it tries to be in. And the new company says it needs more of the old Doug Black and Beyond people as any fighting blue paper clips. Michael September. CBS News.
Good afternoon, it is 5:08 p.m. and that is the Brightside on the Brightside on Wave 105.1 FM.
Indoors, not the rest. Too much life. Too much room into the world darkness. All around, the host of World Darkness. Every back of record, experience here on World 105.1. Every week in my book, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of human supernatural, magic, war, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, absurd, unsolved, and fantastic. World Darkness. This Thursday night at 6 on World 105.1.
You are tuned to Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with Guest Host Charlie Hermosa, joining for Pauly Suba today. Finishing off the last hour of the Brightside. You can listen to us online on our website, wave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051, or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. Shout to our sponsors over at Tourist and Buy. Excellent, one life, day free, and memories happen here. Homeschool Guam, learning colors, and food coding.com. Your future research begins with us at Homeschool Guam. VTA, we start with you. Multiply is open up to many other locations. Please find our Instagram at Multiply671 and Multiply Inc. on Facebook for exciting events and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, confidently providing our professional security services. Sherwin-Williams, rated 7 plus. Are you ready? Begin your homeless Williams boxing. Engineer for glass, glass freezer tools. Both tell from me to ours, protect what matters today and ends for Sherwin-Williams. Subway's e-fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience, or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is all about good to go and deliver. At Subway, you can refresh to do fun. Now it's time for your audio traffic report here on the Brightside. Slow traffic on Route 24 in Pio if you are heading to the intersection of Route 3 to Route 4. Slow traffic on Route 4 to Romeo for King to Guam heading to the intersection near the Central Precinct. Thank you. Heavy traffic on Route 2 in Virgin if you are heading southbound. This is in front of the Warren Pacific. And then we also have slow traffic on Route 1 into Maine if you are heading north and southbound to the intersections that lead to Route 30, 14, and near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Maine if you are heading to the intersection inside the Guam Airport. Slow traffic on Route 1 into 2 if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Delaware if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to for the week, the DPW contractor will continue gas cutting at the following locations between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, August 13th on Route 18 Back Road. Also tomorrow, Wednesday, August 13th to Friday, August 15th on Route 3 in NCS Delano. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for such control signs and work crews. That is all your traffic information on the Brightside basketball Guam Auto Star. Schedule construction in Guam Auto Star Common Activity Auto or view the ease menu on the website at guamautostar.com. Guam Auto Star for 70 Auto. The usually owner extension is for that is the most spoken time. If you are necessarily for the use of any of the spoken knowledge, I have very verified people who use that as previous ones. If you start to like follow the people and issue on the document to the document please for tuning to really go from that time to find the one.
You are listening to the Brightside. My name is Pauly Suba, sitting in for Pauly, covering for Pauly in the mornings from 6 to 10. And again, I always say thank you for allowing me to sit here and thank you for me this week. So, going back, so hopefully hopefully I answered the question in regards to, my thoughts about safety and what's happening here on the ground. Obviously we could have a longer discussion on that because there's so many things that are being neglected when it comes to safety here on Guam, and for one reason or another, so many things aren't getting done. And so one of the questions we need to continue to ask, and that's across the board, not only to our elected officials, but to our safety officers, and making sure, hey, what's going on? What is it that we're missing? Obviously, we've heard from not having enough police officers on the beat, and looking at the numbers of the graduating officers from the different academies, we see the numbers have dropped. We have a number of officers that are retiring. We've asked for a number of officers to come back to serve out of retirement as well. And definitely there has to be a sweet spot number where our officers can be effective throughout the entire group. And obviously, again, kind of pinpointing what happened this weekend, and not really knowing the full extent of why we were not able to report, within a good time frame to be able to stop or apprehend these individuals that were fighting, committing crimes, and so forth. So, but again, also, I talked about this a little earlier, and we see a lot of videos that are going through social media, and the thing that I have an issue with as well is the fact that we have so many bystanders, and again, I don't pretend for everybody to go out and jump and be a hero or anything in light of the situation, but I think that we're kind of at a state where we're taking out the cameras to capture the events, and we're not really understanding what's going on, and maybe there's an opportunity for you to be able to help out the situation, but you're too busy taking the video, so we're not trying to jump in, and not, no means that we're saying that. And if there's anybody that has safety tips actually coming from the police department, they should have more of a safety awareness for us. But I struggle to see these videos. I see a lot of, when they pan around, you see a lot of folks just standing around and not doing anything, just kind of taking the videos, taking pictures. And so, again, that's one of the things that I'm struggling right now, because I'm not saying that everybody should strip and in and putting themselves in harm's way, but I think everybody should be attuned to the situation and be aware of what's going on, and making sure that you're capturing the video is not always the best way to be able to stay aware of the situation. You never know what's coming behind you. You never know what's coming to the right or left of you. And so I think that situational awareness is always really important. And so you never know what's going to go wrong, and you're distracted by taking this video. So again, by no means am I saying to do anything other than just be aware of the situation, and sometimes just taking a video and then posting it on social media is not always the best way. So you will be called to act upon at some time, and you hope everybody has the right mindset to do it at the right time and it's actually needed. So when everybody's in this platform of time. So with that, we're going to hear a little bit. We're going to jump into a little bit of a discussion on the budget, and just I was able to catch a little bit of the discussion this afternoon. But the interesting headline is Big Beautiful Compromise Big Beautiful Compromise versus Bad Broken Budget. And so give us a call. Let me know where you stand on that. Every time I talk to you a little bit about where I stand. And so give us a call at 922-1051 or 922-1052. Or you can put a comment on YouTube. Let us know what you think. Post a comment. We can communicate. Just leave us your thoughts. But yeah, we'd love to hear from you and see exactly what your thoughts have been. I don't know if anybody's had the opportunity to watch the YouTube video that I posted late last night, but I'm going to try to see if I can tune into that today after we're done. And I can see and finish what we were watching earlier this afternoon. So again, things are getting a little heated. Things are getting a lot of folks are questioning it now, and which is good and bad, and just trying to see where everybody lies. And one of the biggest contentions within the budget is the DPT rollback. And obviously, from the business community, the 1% rollback from 5 to 4 is what we were pushing for. And obviously, within the hearing to roll back for the WPT, there was a lot of discussion, right? There was a lot of pros, there was a lot of cons, and folks that were against rolling back to 1%. Started outlining that this only affects a certain portion of those that are receiving, that would receive the credit, because a lot of the businesses are made up of businesses that are already getting the discount. That discount with the rollback already, they're either getting 2%, they're getting 3%, because they fall in within that limit. And then obviously, this 1% rollback is only going to really go towards, and let me see what I think the governor had said something about in regards to, the rollback would only go to the bigger companies. The bigger companies would be receiving this rollback. And let me see. Okay, rolling back. Obviously, why are we rolling back to $40 million when we need to fund $650 million a year for the school? Technically, if they don't appropriate this money, we would not go sign the contract. So I don't like that. That's a big concern for me. That's the governor's statement, or a statement that he made to the Pacific Daily News. That's a big concern for me because right now we are dealing with our tax refunds, as you know. People are getting their tax refunds every 2 to 3 weeks, the governor said. But again, at the same time, the business community has asked lawmakers to reduce the rate. Okay, we know about that. And actually, the compromise is the fact that instead of rolling back to 1%, they said, okay, Senator Green came out and agreed and said, what we'll do is we're going to roll it back 0.5% in stages. So we'll roll out initially the 0.5%, and then rolling back, and then we will roll back another 0.5% in the 2027 budget, or as we go into the 2026 budget discussion. And so, there's a mixed emotion here because there's folks that are saying, well, how do we know that it's going to happen? Originally the 1% that was raised from 45, it was supposed to be temporary, and then it became permanent. And so how do we know that, we'll get the 0.5 here and the 0.5 later on? And that's a fair statement. But we don't know if we're going to get it unless we see something that's concrete for us to really understand that we will get a full 1% rollback. And so, again, when you put everything on the table, then you put it down and decide where everybody fits on this. The 25% was, I even classified, well, give or something, right? I mean, and the reason that I was able to say that was, in my mind, it was more structured about doing a 25% now or 5% later, but there was more things that were sort of in line with how they were going to structure and make it happen. I don't really see that now, so potentially we make this to a 10% or 25% reduction. And so, again, what does that mean? And so when you put everything into context, there's a lot of things that you have to be able to look at when we start looking at how much of 25% or eventually what this 1% is going to look like, because obviously this 25% represents, I think, almost $40 million dollars in a budget of $1.3 billion. And when you start looking at situations that we have, obviously when you start looking at situations that we have, in particular, one that I wrote an op-ed in is the system of EGFP. Obviously that's been a huge contention because folks take time on their schedule to go out there and see if they can get their new license. But when the system goes down, they pretty much waste their time. And so, they may lose out on money that they could have made if they had come up to work, if they had been taken care of. But it's the frustration that is very inefficient. It's the frustration that we don't know. It's almost like rolling a dice to see that these systems are going to work and then show up. And so it shouldn't be that way. So when we're talking about $1.3 billion, we should have a lot more things working efficiently than we do now. And we don't. So when we see whether it's 0.5 or 1%, we're rolling about $40 million versus $80 million. In a $1.3 billion budget, I don't see any efficiencies that we have made when it comes from a $600 million budget, a $100 million budget, a $1 billion budget, a $1.3 billion budget. There's nothing case. And if you can show me, and again, this is not about going head to head. This is about understanding, and maybe I'm not well versed in where this $1.3 billion is going. All I can say is from state value of where I sit, and that is I drive every single day. Sometimes I go into the south of the island, all the way up to the north of the island, all the way up maybe, all the way to the north, and you name it. I see the roads. They're terrible. They're bad. And I never think that any better. Taking these lines, yes, we need them. It's safety. It's definitely going to help us be more vigilant when it starts raining or it gets dark, because maybe the lights aren't working in certain roads. But that's really putting lipstick on the pig. It's not really solving the issue. Okay, so yes, you're going to go out there and put paint on the roads and make them look quote-unquote pretty, but it's not solving the issue. We still have potholes all over the place. And so I don't understand why we haven't come up with a strategic plan to be able to solve the issue. I can tell you, I can put one together for DPW using drone technology, AI, to pinpoint every single pothole on the island. And I can tell them how much it would cost to fix that pothole. Now, why they haven't sort of looked at that type of technology to be able to come up with a strategic plan so that they can outline every single pothole that we have on the island, draw a line in the band and say, okay, Madam Governor, if we want to fix every single pothole on the island, it's going to cost $30 million. Okay? This is the list of every single pothole on the island. This is how much we have to fix the potholes. These are the worst ones. And so if we want to do it strategically, maybe by village or maybe by the worst ones, then this is the plan and this is what it would look like and this is the amount that we would need to be able to strategically fix the potholes. But we don't do that. We don't do that. We go out there in the middle of the day on 11, 11 a.m., solar, black plastic, unannounced, and we started doing quasi-fixes, and again, it wasn't the time. The piano fees that I talk about on, government credit, what does that do? And so, how much money have we spent? How much money did we spend on those orange coins that were posted, right? Every time we drove down south, we would count, okay, we started with X, now we're down to this, now we're down to this, and eventually all the coins went away. How much money did we spend? And so, throughout the team level that I did, and I think that when you start looking at what the director for DPW is doing, I don't think she's doing a great job. I think you should be out there right now, putting up with a strategic plan to be able to solve the problems and the issues that are evident to everybody who drives the road. But we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not being proactive. We're not being efficient on finding solutions to fix these roads. So, again, this is just me saying this is what I'll show you some face value. If you have other thoughts and comments, please comment, let me know. Again, these are just my personal thoughts. This is the way I think about it. This is the way I think when it comes to roads, when it comes to education, when it comes to safety. We all are saying the same thing. I'm not saying anything that's wrong. I'm not saying anything that we haven't said in family gatherings, in life discussions, in parties, on the beach. It's nothing that we haven't said in the past. So the point here is that there's a difference between saying, oh, we're going to fix it, we have a plan, we have a good idea, to execution. There is no execution right now because I don't see anything happening to fix the issues that we have already. We have more graffiti going up. What happened to the passwords? What happened to the password to fix the graffiti? What happened to being able to pick up the vehicles? There's new dumping grounds that are forming up in community now, right? And up to Tucson. I will show you the pictures. Go into my website, Making Guam Dream. Go into my website. Look at the pictures. Look at the outlines. Look at what people have been posting on everything that's going on. The graffiti, the roads. I mean, again, we want to make this place amazing. And so we have to execute. Enough with the planning, enough with the brilliant ideas, and I have something good to say, and I have an idea. Get it done. Do it. Please do this. We have to execute and do it. Everybody has good ideas. But the best ideas if we do not execute it. So with that, a little bit of a rant there, and I do apologize for that because, I kind of hit myself in the nose. I put the home cord, and I do apologize for that, but I want to make sure that everybody understands I'm very passionate about this, and we're all passionate about this. We want to be able to see our island beautiful as it should be, but it's time to execute. So, whatever your thoughts are on the budget, again, give us a call at 922. 922, 90, no, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on the bright side. Sunday afternoon, the President Trump Southwest States Senate football with the deal to the name of Vice President Biden and taking on Ukraine and on the China. More from CNN's Hafa Adai.
President Trump today the new president some territory to Ukraine to use talks with Vladimir Putin. He also raised the possibility of a three-way meeting in the future with both Putin and Zelensky.
As a deadly prison man down at cooking out in Austin, Texas, making public states. Thank you, Dan.
We have people already. This is the Guest Host Charlie Hermosa.
Our first partners in Texas. Explanations at a U.S. state closing systems are two people dead and two released at a hospital. U.S. Senator Scott Petition.
Employees safety is every shift. 365.
Keeping with these days. I'm Michael T. Scott. Americans still docking a little more every month, but we're doing it in a different way. I was a part of the Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Journal. Retail spending grew at a healthy pace last month, but shoppers are increasingly seeking bargains. For example, consumers spent a little more dining out, but said they're cutting back. The explanation is they're going to less expensive restaurants. Shoppers are buying groceries more frequently, but spending less money per trip. Spending fell for furniture, electronics, and appliances, where prices are starting to rise from tariffs. Consumers are even looking for bargains in luxury goods. The quarter of U.S. adults say they've cut back strictly on luxury items, and the same proportion say they've bought refurbished or used luxury items. Economists say this is the way consumers behave in times of economic uncertainty, a trend that could last a while. I'm Guest Host Some of the trial for the purpose of God, especially those ones for eating food testing, sin. So here's a tool that can help keep you comfortable. You're not going to feel hot or cold. It's the underwear. Think of it as a personal temperature control. You wear it on your wrist like a watch. And if you touch your button, the underwear burns cool sensations of radiant underneath all across the rest of your body. And if you're cold, it can make you feel warmer. You can control it. So you keep never too much. In hot summer nights when the air is heavy in your room, underwear can help. Hot flashes. No sweats with feeling good. Quick relief can be a touch away. Learn more at EMDR, LADR, and sunlight. I'm on Davidson for Student News. into the Guam the host of Guam Doctors, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on World 105.1. Every week on Guam Doctors, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the foreign world, supernatural, religion, war, great, conspiracy, experience, the power of unfound and Brightside. Guam Doctors, just those hours at 6. World 105.1.
National Council allows the radio traffic and cars to move on the Brightside. Public traffic on French and Bravo. If you're talking hourly or keep your public city section, that is correct time. Public traffic on Route 8 in Bravo is now into the treatment system. Number 5 is public traffic on Route 1 and promoting if you're heading northbound to the intersection. Near the border community high school. Public traffic on Route 1 over 2 miles if you are heading northbound to the intersection. That leads to Route 16. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Predator if you are heading northbound to the intersection. That leads to Route 26, Richardson Avenue. Now from the traffic advisory, for the DPW contractor will be moving and paving Route 4. In the National from the Memorial Complex to the County to the Founding Street between 1 and 3 p.m. There will be information movers and DPW as motorists supposed to see with caution and remain on their protective signs on the work crew. And that is your last real deal traffic report here on the Brightside brought to you by Guam Auto. Guest Host Charlie Hermosa by Pauly Suba Auto. Review the inventory on the website at guamautospot.com. Guam Autospot for 70 autos. The independent expression is formed by that outlet to the whole hospitality. We do not want to see the end of the stock market and all the other and media for any of our partners. It is time to be taught, offering the teaching action, inviting us to the opposite conditions. And it's the community to learn what we can do from the first time of the world.
Welcome back to the Brightside. My name is Charlie Hermosa, standing up for Pauly Suba for Pauly in the morning from 6 to 10. Thank you so much again, Pauly, for allowing us to be here. And went off the rails a little bit in the first half hour, up in the last hour. And, I just hit a point where I get a little bit passionate about, what's going on. And, obviously, I have my own thoughts and opinions. As far as what's going on here on island, and obviously you do as well. And everybody's got their opinion on the budget. Everybody's got opinions as far as and we welcome all of it. That's what it's all about. I would never, obviously I would express the way I feel, and I would listen to what you would have to say as well. And sometimes I've had the opportunity to actually change my views and change my opinions because of being enlightened about certain things that I didn't know about. And that's always good. And that's why having good, healthy discussions is always very positive because there's an opportunity or there may be a chance that somebody brings new information to the table that maybe will allow you to change your thought process. And having discussions is part of that process. And, I don't think we should ever walk away from having a good open dialogue when it comes to very heated subjects because, again, at the end of the day, we're all looking for the same thing. We all want the same thing for Guam, for our families, for our community, for our kids. We all want the same thing. So it's just a matter of being able to continue to knock on that rock because it's a real thing, and at some point that rock's going to break. And you feel that we can never let down. We need to continue to push the issues that are very prevalent right now on Guam, so that our elected officials can feel it and know that we have a voice. And we also have the strength of the pencil, marker, or pen, whatever you want to use when you go into the voting booth, right? I mean, we still have that power. I know we're just one person, one individual, but it's still every vote counts. And I think that all the elected officials still look at us in that way. That we're not trying to raise power or anything. We're just going to make sure that they understand that we're keeping an eye on the situation, and that we're not just going to sit back and take on what's being thrown at us. If we feel that it's not the right thing for Guam, we should be able to stand up and fight against it as a community of like-minded folks that think that we need to continue to ask for change here on Guam. The status quo should never be accepted. And I think that's one of the reasons why I got so passionate talking about the positives, because I've been using that analogy a lot. I've been using the analogy that we drive around all these major platforms, and then after a while, they become the norm. Driving around these platforms becomes the norm. We should never accept that. Why should we? And so we should continue to have a voice. We should continue to challenge the status quo, and we should continue to ask for our elected officials to change what's going on. They ran on a platform of change. They ran on a platform that they wanted to make everything better for Guam. And obviously, it's easier said than done. I know that it's so easy for us to criticize everything from the position that we stand, but we're also in the position to criticize the position that we stand, because we hold them and we believe in them, and now we need to see action. No more ideas. We need some action. We need execution. We need to see things happening other than just painting these lines on the road. We're worth more than that. We definitely need a lot more. We pay our fair share of taxes. When you're looking at $1.3 billion, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money. And so my other question to that is everything, where's the money going? But I also believe that American protein food that kind of got me off the rails as well. I think it got me all worked up, like, let's go to different food. The Bitcoin isn't the protein today. The famous protein. So maybe I'm not, maybe go to the gym and let's come from, let's go lift some weights. There's no, I'm all juiced up. I'm feeling really energized. I feel like I'm ready to go and run, so. Well, but yeah, I don't know if I was a little bit for the discussion of the podcast, I don't know, it kind of gets me, that's my kryptonite every time I keep talking about it.
Recent little pop culture with me, like I just know it's no. And now, I should bring up Pablo, always on home.
Family events, weekend events, beach outings, pool outings, anything of this thing come up, I'm like, yeah,
We know that, when you're just so used to driving in an area, especially if it's kind of a village, where you're residing, where the potholes are, it's like it's automatic for you to find and avoid them. But the ones that are dangerous or that scare me are when I'm not from a village, I'm not familiar with the road, then
it's hard to relate to it as well.
Exactly. And I've been bringing out the when it's like nighttime, when there's no street light. Like, like it's not automatic anymore. We're really just like both hands on the steering, back and forward, and just really trying to look for what's moving.
I remember I was driving back from an event from and it was late at night. It was like 9, 10. It was raining. It was during that stormy weekend, and it started raining, and I mean, you can't even put the windshield wipers or stuff much more,
You can cleanse your rubber and go for fun.
Yeah, that's expensive. But the thing that gets me, and sometimes I expect, I don't know, if I can't track, if I'm behind somebody who's super slow, I try to give, a faster patience because I know what I can do.
Yeah.
But that's an anxiety that I have. If I'm the one that's in the front driving slow, and I can see everybody queuing up in the back, and I'm like, oh, man, I should, push it a little bit, but if you start, getting a little bit of accelerator, then, it's a little bit, the rain is coming down harder, and so, but again, I think that what you just said was driving at night, during the rain, not knowing the roads, unfamiliar, and, some folks know those potholes and they're very good. The one that always get me is the ones in the post office people like that. They always get me because they create this feeling where it looks like the road is flat, but it's actually a puddle. And so when it rains, and you kind of have your life on it, and you go, and then you think you're going to go through something even though it's not. You go through a puddle in the whole place like a cycle. And that one always gets me, and I'm like, oh man. So that's one of the things, just the safety aspect of everything. And, those are the things that kind of make me passionate. So, and again, we want to be able to balance things out and make sure that you look at both sides because I think that's the most important part of all of it. So, again,
Anthony on the line.
Okay, so, good afternoon, Anthony.
I forgot you were on. Hey, I wanted to make sure you let everyone know that you're going to be speaking at the fourth annual Veterans Symposium up at the UOG Lecture Hall.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much for pointing that out. I do have mixed emotions right now because I could either be upset with you for getting a haircut, or maybe you did it for the event. Maybe you said, or we could have done the fundraiser, put your hair at the event, at the HMI. We could have done it.
So here's the deal. My little girl smile is Debbie, so, you always have that to look forward to.
Okay, I'm recording. We'll play this back. But no, thanks so much for giving us a quick update on the events, the activities, when did they started. The symposium is always amazing. What are the highlights? Let us know.
So right now, we're going to have the governor talking, the congressman will be there, we have the folks from Social Security, USTR, Legal Services, so just any place that helps our veterans to have services so that they understand what's available to them. So those are there. We're going to have something really, really good. We're going to have Ed Davis on Friday show us a little bit about what he's been doing with service dogs, and it's something that you're a veteran or you want to know, that's something you really got to come see, and you see this guy, we're doing really great things with our veterans and their talent out there.
When is that happening? When is that happening?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Karina and the HMI team, they're really putting in, a lot of time to make this happen, but I believe Ed's presentation and demonstration of the service dogs is going to be Friday afternoon. I think it's roughly 12 to 1, if I'm not mistaken, but you don't want to miss out on all the other things that are going on. So, you got to get out there and take advantage. This is the only event you will get to go to as a veteran and be able to speak to people about the services they have and ask questions. This is a time, you talk about action, you talk about what are we doing. It's a time to get to our leaders and just ask the questions. Where are we at and what's going to be happening? And maybe a quick question of why are we having a difficult time? What can we do as the people, as the veterans, right? Because as you know, this event is put together by veterans, and we want the veterans to know that, hey, this is your event. If you don't show start saying, oh, I don't know, nobody tells me. You can't do that anymore today. You know, the fourth annual, if you miss 1, 2, and 3, here's the fourth, you know, and I don't think our veterans want us to stop. They want more information. They need more updates. And, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, you talk about action a little bit earlier when I was tuning in, and, you know, this is action. This is what the veterans are doing. They asked for us to do one more event, and that gave birth to the summit earlier this year in March, if I understand. So,
right.
I put things out there. So,
yeah, and you know, the whole thing, I've always said that you can't just put it one, because there's so much information out there. But can sponsors attend? Can sponsors the veterans attend? I think.
Yes, they can, and you know, there's really good things to look at for spouses, right? I know it's not always the fun thing to talk about, but you know, it's a thing called VIP, you know, when the veteran passes, we want to be able to prepare the spouse or the dependents for, you know, whatever benefits might be available to them, and you get to hear that there. So, those are great things to do, because we have not been touching on that, you know, in spite of all the previous organizations that are still here and all the services that exist, right? There's still so much more. So, lots to do, lots to take care of. So, VIP is a big one. So, if you're a spouse, you want to come out, because that's something you want to take advantage of.
Where can they find additional information? Website, email?
So the best way to do it is, you know, so right now it's, go to our, I think we have it on the website. It's out of most of the places. It's on our chat group. It's called 671-682-7631, or shoot us an email at veterans.gmail.com. And just tell them and just come up there. I think we have some rooms. So, you know, it sounds like it's getting pretty full, but, you know how we do it in the military, right? We make room for those to come, and, you know, we have that to take care of the
Come on.
Great information.
No, it's actually phenomenal information. And so, I'm not going to go off the connection on 2 days in a row. So I'll save this for tomorrow and take a break for it. So, but it's great information flow. And I think that's one of the things that we have is the ability to really have an outlet to be able to pull information from. And, you know, we shouldn't just, you know, you're pushing the information out. And so that is even greater, right? I mean, we're always looking for more information, but when you start getting resources that are pushing information out, that makes it even more worthwhile. And I know we're coming up to the top of the hour, but I know obviously you have your Monday show, but now how's the podcast going? I caught a glimpse of it, and I saved it because I was trying to catch the budget hearing, and so but I wasn't able to tune in. I thought it was me, and I tried every single way to be able to log on, but it wasn't me. So I only caught a glimpse of your podcast. Does it have a name?
Oh, yeah, so it's the same name as the talk show, right? It's Marianas Business Journal, and you can go to it. It's on KUAM. I think it doesn't come out until, I mean, it came out last night, and then it starts playing every week. I think it's every day they post it at the 6 o'clock time frame or something like that. So I just know that the backup will be repeated throughout the month. So it's every month. The podcast will be rebroadcasted on KUAM's podcast series.
So shortly, in order to communicate with you or get you on our shows, we're going to have to go through an agent or something, or what's going on?
Well, you know, these things that we do, right, Charlie, is just like you, right? When we first met, you know what you told me, right? Nobody works harder than you, and you know, I see you working hard out there, and you know, the things we're doing are for our veterans, and we got to keep doing it, right? Because if not us, who's going to do it? Number one. Number two, you know, it's not parties, right? It's what are we doing, right? Because our people need to get to a better place where, hey, you know, this is happen when good men sit and watch it happen. So, we're the New York people. We got to get out there. We got to do the work. We got to bring the people together. And the folks that are generation after us are looking to us for answers and leadership. So we got to get up there and do our best and, get involved and do the things that would make our island better, help our veterans, help our community, and, fix the things that need to be fixed.
No, absolutely. And we deeply, and I want to thank you for everything that you and HMI do day in and day out, So, if you are listening and you're a veteran or you're a spouse of veteran, or if you just want to extend some type of connection with the veterans, please give a call or go into the, what is the email address again? Veterans?
Veterans.HMIGuam@gmail.com.
Okay. Email that, and for additional information, seats are going fast, and they always do. And obviously, and if it's your second one, you're always going to get some new information. I've always learned from emails when I go to this summit, and there's new stuff coming out from the federal side, the VA side, right, on housing and loans, and really on all that new veterans, healthcare for the veterans. So we need to stay up on top of it. We're not getting it anywhere else. So, if we can get it from you, thank you so much. And thank you for everything that you guys do for the veteran community.
And thanks for putting it out there. And, we look forward to hearing you again tomorrow in the future. Thank you for getting me on. And, we'll be back and we'll do the man.
Yeah, you could have screened it a little bit better because I told her about your haircut. Should have screened it a little bit better, but no. But we'll definitely put that on the agenda. I think it'll be a big fundraiser to cut your hair for veterans healthcare, honestly. So let's keep going. But Anthony, thank you so much for giving us a call. Look forward to and with that, we will end the show. Thank you so much for everybody listening. Everybody who's driving home, please drive safe. Please get home or your final destination in one piece. When you're driving, it's not you, it's all the folks driving around you. So, with that, thank you so much for joining us on the Brightside, and we look forward to having you with us back tomorrow at 2. We'll be on from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 6, we will have, who will be from 4 to 6 for the final talk?
We'll be with Ronald McGoniers and David Herrera. Well, I don't finish them up and go tomorrow studies program.
There you go. That will be from 4 to 6. So with that, we'll call it a good night. Everybody have a great evening. The recent modern microelectronics manufacturer. This one is a U.S. company that the competitor launch. We're doing semiconductor production merger as a result of a 10-year partnership between the industry and academia, and the U.S. State Defense Foundation Discovery Fund.